Okay. I do believe we're broadcasting. Okay. Okay, let's see if that's all working. Hi Tash, can you help us with the audio, get an audio line? Can we get an audio line across to here, please? No, I thought it was just a matter of plugging in, and he's going to come and do a test during the break, just a sound check. But yeah, well, Darts will probably know how to just do the sound test. I don't know what else is required.
People are waiting to partner with money.
Yeah?
Yeah, they want to get money. Do you want to grab some? Hang out in here for a little bit until I can slow down.
Okay.
I might actually give you the small speakers to run that with, just otherwise it will be like over moving this.
Yeah, well, what have you got?
Just got little computer speakers. I think they're alright.
Yeah, for running the film?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, well, it's through. Yeah, you can get through that way. Yeah. Is there anything we can pull out?
No. Shoot. Let's start for this line.
Yeah, if you move things around, try and remember where you've moved them from, because but just for your reference. Otherwise, the next person comes in and they can't find things. Nice.
Yeah, I wing it, mate. That's...
Okay, so.
experienced with Anna and spending all that time with her, the scientific control, sort of rational part of my brain still has doubts. So I wonder what it will take to make amends. And then a unique opportunity presented itself. In the course of my work, I had come across the story of Jörg Olsen, an ex-policeman turned conservationist. Jörg and his wife Karen set up the Giacomoni Predator Park. Here, many big cats rescued from bad zoos and canned hunting farms are offered at home and get lifetime care. Jörg has a remarkable relationship with his cats, and he handles them in a way I had seldom seen before. But there was one big cat here that he did not know what to do with. This black leopard called the other one had been wrestled where he had been used. That experience had made him suspicious and vicious. All he did was sit in his nightshirt and smile at anyone who came close to him. 6 months in, Jörg was at a loss as to how to deal with this cat. The whole atmosphere was alive with aggression.
Hi. Yeah, I can't talk to anyone at the moment. I'm still getting this sorted out. No, not yet. Just hang out there for a minute. I'm just trying to sort a few things out.
Towards me and towards everybody. In my opinion, the chances of the little guys changing that's
not how just to get the sound test.
It'll take a lot to convince me. I honestly do not believe that an animal can talk to you, or communicate with you. I've had animals for long. We give them commands, we give them instructions, and they do it as we habitually do it. But I'm very skeptical to see that an animal like the others will communicate, can communicate with humans. I'm desperate. I don't want to do it.
I made sure that Anna had no information on Diablo or his history before she came to speak to the Black Leopard. I was nervous to see what would happen, because Anna would never let anyone near his night shelter without a lot of snarling and growling. But the minute he saw Anna, he calmed down and let her leave right outside and look at him. This beautiful music is here for us to communicate with. It's very overawed by his surroundings, so I can't really demonstrates the place for him. This place has been provided for him, but he's been quite conditioned by a very unfortunate past. It hasn't been much to do with humans as a result. He's immensely powerful, but I mean just physically, which you will know.
Okay, well if you've just arrived, I'm just, we're still just doing a few tests here. So Just hang in there. Probably about, we'll get started about 10 minutes past, quarter past 5. So just, people are just still coming in, so we're just getting sorted out. So welcome to the Migaloo 2 launch, and we're going to start about 10 minutes.
And when I was thinking about his past before coming here, he shows concern for 2 young cubs that were next to him. He was asking what happened to them with great sense of care and concern. We actually forgot about that. We really teaching him so much the fact that we back here.
Chairs out, just around there, and then so any seat that you can find over there and whatever, put it over here because we've got to start. Maybe not drag or just setting the big ones up in the back. There's that seat over there. Bring that over and stuff as well. Just try and get as much sitting area as possible. Set up there.
Right.
I'm just testing to see if it's all streaming all right. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, stick them at the back.
Nah, that's all right. Cord's pretty strong. Quite dry though.
There you go. Yes, we're streaming. Yes, it's all working. I love when a plan comes together, even if it is at the last minute. Okay. No. That might be good, yeah, to bring it over somewhere. Yeah. And then start scattering all those chairs around, and even some cushions. Those cushions could go down on the floor.
Did you get my message?
No.
Put a carpenter in it, paint it lined up for
Oh.
you.
Oh yeah, I did see that. I wasn't quite sure what it was. What? Sorry, what? Somewhere, yeah. Hey! Woohoo! Oh, yeah.
I read your book and I was so excited for you.
Yeah, no, doctors were doing it. There's a lot of reports come through. I've still got to. I'm still sorting things out here, so.
I've never seen you before.
I've just got to do a couple of things just to get sorted out. What? We're actually streaming live now, but we're sort of not official until like a little bit later. Yeah, some chairs around here would be awesome because people are going to come in, and some of those cushions might have to throw on the floor because what's that noise? Must be getting some feedback. Just see whatever chairs you can get around the place, because we're pretty light on chairs, so however you can sort it out and then throw some cushions on the floor and whatever. Oh, why is that doing that? Manu, how's the front Yeah, it is. Is the front table, the front door's alright? Someone's looking after the door? At the front? Yeah, great.
You must have a seat.
Well, that's coming. No, this one's a little bit lower. It's good. Yeah.
There's somebody there.
Yeah, great. So, yeah, low stuff back there. Let's get that stuff in. Okay, so I'm going to close that. It's all working. Close that now. Okay, Facebook, close that. Yeah, it is. Chuck it up the back there.
Good, how are you?
Yeah, pull up a chair, get yourself comfy. Hey, good to see ya. Wow, all the crew's coming out. Yeah, just careful those leads there. Oh, that's all.
Nice little newsletter the other day, mate.
Yeah, thanks. If we can, or just don't move too far, just stick it over there. Then. Can anyone, people can use that back one there, can't they? Leave that one there. Okay, we're just getting sorted out. People coming in. Start in about 5 minutes. If you've already tuned in. Hello.
Yeah, thanks. I was going to try and stream it. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you came.
Yeah. No, I had a coffee and that's still buzzing me out, so I probably shouldn't have had the coffee.
Do you still see Dominique?
Yeah.
How is she?
I'm still can't focus on anything else at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. I'm still trying to get this all together.
It's hard to know who's there. I know, as soon as I knew it was on, they've been talking about it on the radio. Yes, in so many ways. It's been
Alright.
yeah. Look at Richard 79. He loves coming up. She's like, what? What I know she has everyone. Miss Richard, a friend of the Rose. Oh, you know Rose. Oh, yeah. His house in
Our European history, Abercorn is just another story beach in far north Queensland. But the wetlands around Abercorn are doing something special. Kalibari wetlands are not just stunningly beautiful, they're also international significant habitat for tens of thousands of migratory birds, and a safe place for endangered species of birds like the painted snipe.
Except the fine potato bits and pop it right now somewhere. Yeah.
The federal government has plans for our Victoria. The traditional owners of Abbotsford have lived here for many thousands of years. But change is on its way. Coal companies think Abbotsford would make a better port than beach, and industrialisation is digging deep into this beautiful country. What is now a single terminal could become massive over the next decade, with 4 more terminals in the planning stage. And to make that kind of expansion possible, the coal companies have applied for permission to dredge Abbott Point. That is, rip up the seabed and dump that spoil in the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park. Somewhere off Hawthorne Island National Park. Hawthorne Island is a pristine environment surrounded by fringing coral reefs, aquamarine waters, and extraordinary marine life. To build 4 new coal terminals will mean dredging up millions of cubic metres of seabed and then dumping this in the marine park, where this spoil can travel tens of kilometres and smother sensitive marine ecosystems. The coal industry already has a foothold here, is already mowing the landscape. But if it succeeds in its ambition to quadruple the size of the stockpiles, machinery and jetty installations, Abbott Point will become the biggest coal port in the world. And remember, coal is the most powerful driver of climate change across the globe. That's why this port expansion is so destructive. This port expansion will not just destroy the homes of turtles, dolphins, seabirds, and a great community of people. It will also lock in decades of dangerous carbon emissions, something future generations will never thank us for.
Okay.
Okay. So you can look at that screen over there, or you can look over this way at me if you want to. We've got technical sort of magic going on, which I've only just managed to wing it as I do at the last second just about. So we're streaming live as well. So I'd just like to welcome anyone out there in Cyberland for tuning in today. Oh, yeah. Can everyone turn off their mobile phones? It's a little reminder. And if there is anyone in Cyberland on Facebook or anywhere that's looking at Migaloo 2, just do a quick share and let your friends know that we're just starting the launch of Migaloo 2 now. So I'll just take a breath just to sort of calm myself. It's been a busy week and a busy day and a busy last few hours just getting this last little bit of technical matters together. No small feat, I might add. Live streaming is something that's I'm very passionate about. I did a little bit of live streaming out at the Bentley blockade and found it was incredibly not just important but essential. You know, so people can so news and people from all around the world can tune into what's going on. Manu, would you mind just looking after the door? Fred's just been looking after the door for a minute, just for a sec. Thanks. He might want to come in now. Yeah, so did a little bit of live streaming out at Bentley, and that was really good. But you know, I need some really good gear. So part of tonight is it's a crowdfunding launch too for my new film. But part of that is also trying to get some really good live streaming gear. So rather than live streaming from a computer, from eyesight on a computer, I actually have special equipment that can go straight from the camera to a pack of modems and broadcast that out, you know, to the international media. So in the break, I'm going to set up some computers out there, and I invite anyone to, if they feel to make a pledge to the crowdfunding for the next film, they can just go out and do that now. Otherwise, just go to migaloo2.com, and there's a little window and some links there, so they can go to that site and you know, make a pledge. The way that the crowdfunding situation works is it's Possible is the name of it, and so you make a pledge, and then once I get to the target, then the money's taken out from your credit card, whatever you pledge. There's also some nice rewards there too, like some videos and downloads and stuff as well. So check that out. There's links on Migaloo too, how to get that. And my new film, it's called The Whale Whisperers, and it's all about listening to what the animals have got to say. The whales, the dolphins, the animals in captivity. I've met a few animal communicators recently and seen some films to really realise that this is the new world we're going into, one of communicating directly with the animals. It's like Dr. Dolittle, you know, in reality, you know. And I'm going to show a little clip later too of Anna Reichenbach in South Africa, where she talks to a panther, which is just, every time I watch it, I nearly, you know, drives me to tears. So I'll show a couple of those clips. So the way tonight's going to run, just a little bit of a rundown. I'll talk about a few issues, some updates of the situations with the whales. Sorry about the people behind me. It's just the way that the light and camera and stream and everything goes. So hi back there, you can hear me okay? Yeah, cool. So I'll give a bit of a rundown of you know, the situation with the whales and the dolphins, and Howie's going to also give a bit of a update of some really important issues, some victories. Nicole's going to give a bit of a talk about the No Shark Cull campaign in Queensland as well. And Darpan's coming in too after the break to bring in some, do a really nice little whale meditation, and also with some nice music, and talk a little bit about the age of telepathy, which we're in right now. And it's a really exciting time that we're in. So also, I'm going to show I'm really excited to share with you this Bentley documentary that I've been editing. Like, I was up till 1 o'clock last night just doing the fine touches on it. It's just a combination of magic moments out there, really, to just capture the energy of it. So that's ended up being 40 minutes. It's amazing. So I'm really excited to share that with you. And there's, I see a few familiar faces here, and you might see yourself on the film as well. So got a few films to show. So what I'm going to do, it's a little bit of a juggle here with the technology. I've got the clips all ready to go on the computer. So for those who are watching in Cyberland, I'm just going to turn the computer around and point it at the screen, so it won't be quite as good a quality as seeing it direct, but at least you'll get a little bit of a taste of what we're experiencing here. So there's a couple of chairs here if you want to just find yourself something. And oh, there's a whole stack of chairs over there. So if you didn't mind grabbing a few, bring a few out. I didn't see those ones over there. Yeah, thanks. Just grab a few of those chairs and just bring them and scatter them all over there too. That'd be great. I didn't see those ones over there. Okay. So look, I'm just going to start off with a film just to get us settled in. So this is a film that I shot with Manu, and who's, hey Martin. Martin came out with us on Monday and did a little bit of filming when we bumped into Migaloo out there, which was an amazing encounter. And Martin's just delivering me the thumb drive with the day on it, which is great. Thanks, Martin, for editing that up. Unfortunately, we didn't actually get to film Migaloo, so the whole thing's just really made up, you know. But I saw it, and you saw it, yeah. Oh yeah, you saw it. Yeah, off New Brighton. Yeah, off the lighthouse. Yeah, great. Yeah. Here's Howie. Yeah, did you? Great. Yay. Hey, Howie. So yeah, and my partner Dommy saw it, and a few people, after I posted, a few people said, yeah, they were at New Brighton and they could see Migaloo jumping out there. And the funny thing was that as we were coming in, I mean, there's a whole story, and I'll go into it. Well, I'm already started now, so I might as well start. If you want the full rundown of it, I wrote little blogs on my website on migaloo2.com. That was sort of fun to write that. But basically, we've been looking for him all day. You know, zigzagging out in front of the lighthouse, just checking out every pod that went past to make sure, you know, see if Migaloo was in it. But I calculated that Migaloo would pass by about 5 o'clock in the morning. We didn't actually get out there till like about 6:30 when the sun came up, because it would have been dark anyway. So we were sort of hoping that it was running a bit late. Fortunately, he was, but we didn't know if he'd gone past during the night. So we were zigzagging across, and we must have checked out at least a dozen pods with, you know, probably 25, 30 whales in it, and there was no Migaloo. And then just as I thought, oh well, you know, might have to start heading back in again, I got a phone call from my niece, who was up at the lighthouse, and she said, oh, Dean, I can see Migaloo from the lighthouse.
Yeah.
And I went, oh, gee, you must have binoculars. We're right out at Brunswick Heads, you know. I didn't think you'd be able to see me by now. You sure it's not another boat? There's quite a lot of people call Migaloo 2 Migaloo. So I thought she was talking about the boat. And I said, oh, and then she said, oh, no, Migaloo, the white whale. I went, oh, no way. So we headed for the lighthouse, but we didn't know where he was. And so we could have fanned out quite a bit, so wasn't quite sure where he was. So I was frantically sort of calling, whatever boats or helicopters or whoever would answer the radio to find out where he was, but no one answered. So we just said, oh, okay. So I just sort of surrendered a little bit, and then eventually, the time ran out, and we just had to head for Brunswick. So just as I was heading to Brunswick, I saw these big splashes on the horizon. As we came closer, I was going, is that a white whale? Is that a white whale? But we were going right into the sun, and so we couldn't see if it was white or not, because it was just this dark silhouette. And so we just kept going into it, and then finally we passed by the pod, and as it passed behind us, he came up, just behind us on the beam, and I could see then that it was all white. He came up and then he twisted over, and it was all white, and yelled out, Migaloo. And,
I was at the case, I was watching him come in, and
yeah.
I saw him, like, you were just right in line, you were so right in line with him.
Ah.
By that point, because it's too far for me to see him, I thought, oh, you're so lucky.
Oh yeah, well we turned off once because we saw some white petrel fins further out, and we saw the white, but quite often they're white from underneath. We didn't know, so we headed out that way, and then it wasn't. We could see it was a darkie, and so we turned around and headed from Brunswick then. But we was fortunate. I think Migaloo knew that we were really trying to find it, and the boat was named after him, and thought, we'll just give him the thrill right at the end, So that was great, and we'll show that clip too that Martin has kindly shot and edited up for us a little bit later. So what I'm going to there's more chairs over there too, everybody. Howie, could you grab some of those chairs? And you're in. I saw you come in. Now I'm going to get you working. Just grab some of those chairs and stick them up over the back here or somewhere, just so people can, because it's going to be a little while sitting down. So there's some spots over here and around the side and up the back here. Just put them in wherever best you can. So I just want to, this next clip, I just want to acknowledge Manu. Manu! He's on the door. Anyway, Manu shot this. He was the other camera. We had two cameras out in Harvey Bay. And it was just one of those magic afternoons. It was a glass off. And then these two adolescent humpback whales came up to us. And well, I'll let the pictures tell the story. So, okay. So, here we go. And this is Ray too, by the way. I'm going to give Ray a big plug, handing out the mandarins. Ray's the founder of Happy High Herbs, and he's the main sponsor of Migaloo too. So, thanks Ray for all your support. Yeah, Ray's just.
You were saying Migaloo was by himself?
No, he was with a pod of.
Okay.
Whales.
Right, but no partner, no calf, no.
Didn't see a calf or anything. No. I think the girls like him though. He usually has got a few around, and there is a Migaloo Junior around too. I heard a couple of years ago there was a baby spotted. So, yeah. Okay, so I'm just going to do this jiggle around, and so our cyber friends can tune in. And for some reason that's come out. It's Google Hangouts. So this little video clip, it's a combination of a of Manu's footage and mine. There we go.
This is Dark Antonio. Wow! Unbelievable. Love you! Wow! If she isn't showing up, I don't know what she's doing. Oh man! How beautiful he is! Love you! Thank you so much! Do all we can! Woo! Love you! Woo! Woo! Whoa! Whoa! Hello, I love you too. Whoa! Whoa! Yeah.
Yay. It's, every time I see that, I just, my heart just sort of explodes again. We were high for days after that, really.
Where was that?
That was in Harvey Bay.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Harvey Bay, and it was just the most magic experience. I remember the first time I went to Harvey Bay, and like that was probably the best encounter I've ever had there, but it's not unusual to have similar sort of encounters. It's just that one was prolonged. But I remember experiencing it for the first time about 10 years ago. You know, I was early 40s, and it was like discovering sex at 45. You know, it was like, how come this has been here all my life, and I've never known that this was here? And yeah, it was incredible, and it's just up in Harvey Bay. You know, it's 6 hours drive north of here. I mean, we've got a little bit out the front here. We can go to the lighthouse. We can also go out on boats here just for an hour or two as well. But, you know, to get up there and to live with them for a week and have the hydrophone on and just to be with them for that whole time. And you develop relationships with them. They know that you're there. And it's funny because I've been doing it for about 10 years with a guy, a partner, Dr. Didge. He's been hiring a cat and invites people, musicians and friends up there, and we've been playing music with them and have the hydrophone under there all the time. He records the song every year, and he's got for the last 8 or 9 years, he's got a CD out of the song from every year up there, and it's just beautiful. But you can, I remember once listening to one of the recordings, and I was listening to them on the hydrophone. I think it was actually after the recording I really noticed it. I was listening to the whale song, and then I heard the music start up on the deck of the catamaran, and it travels down through the hull and into the water, and you can hear it in the water through the hydrophone. And they just started up, and then I heard all the whales just stop for about 10 seconds or 15 seconds, and they went, oh, there's some music. Oh, there's those hippies back again. and then it just started up about 20 seconds later. They all started talking to each other, and you could hear them, you know, going, hey, yeah, oh, it's all happening up Rudy's Point again, you know. So, you know, that's sort of, there's been just, I mean, no shortage of magic stories I can tell you from up there, and that's what this launch is about as well. I'm about to head up there next week for about three months to go and just to hang out with them and be with them, and I also just got a message yesterday too on email that Anna Reichenbach, the woman who talks with the jaguars, the animal communicator, she's just emailed me back, and I've been asking her to come over and do a workshop, communicating with whales workshop, and she's just said that she's going to do that. So that's next year in October or September. So stay in touch with that one. Oh my God, that will be one boat that you know, if you've got any interest in that, you don't want to miss out on that. But you know, it's got to be your your thing, you know. It's definitely my thing, and that's what the doco is about. Which is going to be the next clip I'm going to show you, which is the is this Whale Whisperers clip with Anna in it. So I'll just track that down. Here we go. And welcome to the people out there again too in Cyberland. If there's anyone out there watching, we're streaming live too to the World Wide Web, to Migaloo2.com, and also I sent a clip off to my Facebook page. So just while we're on that, if you go to Migaloo2.com, there's a little sign-up page if you want to get the newsletter. Also, if you want to know, if you're on that newsletter, then I let people know when we're going live with the whales, because I do live streaming from Harvey Bay. Quite often, I'll just live stream the songs too. So you know, we'll let people know, okay, at sunset we're going to stream live whale song, and you can just, you know, turn on the internet and listen to live whales from Harvey Bay. So sign up to the newsletter if you want to, and also there's a link there too to the Whale Whisperers crowdfunding site. So if you haven't been to Migaloo2.com, check it out. So this is the Whale Whisperers clip. I'll just put up now, and just turn this around again. I mean, ideally it'd be good to have a second computer streaming everything live, but that's the way it is. Still sort of works.
I have a passion for communicating with whales. Probably started about 10 years ago when I was surfing just out back here in Byron Bay. And a humpback whale came up to me about a metre away and just eyeballed me, and I guess life just hasn't quite been the same since.
Look at me, just eyeball me, she winked at me.
Since then I've been going up to Harvey Bay every year and spending between a week and 5 months up there with the whales, deepening my communication with the whales. And in that time I've had glimpses of telepathic communication, which has sent me on this quest to just communicate as deeply as possible.
Oh man!
I was really inspired recently when I saw a film called Animal Communicator, which was a film about Anna Brokenbach from South Africa, where she communicates with lots of animals, but specifically this thing that inspired me was when she communicated with this black panther.
There's a very particular thing about his name, Diablo. He wants that name changed because he doesn't like the associations with it, the blackness, the darkness, the diabolical. And when asking him about his past before coming here, he shows concern for 2 young cubs that were next to him. He's asking what happened to them with a great sense of care and concern.
And then she said something about the cubs that were with him. And that changed this whole thing, because now all of a sudden, you know, that's something that she didn't know.
And I've also reassured him that you have no demands of him here, that you're quite happy to not make any physical demands of him or any expectations for display or interaction, that you're really willing to let him be how he wants to be. And that's given him an enormous sense of relief. Yeah. And having told him that, it's for the first time made him actually actually genuinely interested and now exploring a bit further. Now that he feels that he's not being asked to come out more, he's genuinely interested in being relaxed enough to have a natural curiosity come out and to actually expand his horizon. And Jörg was just stunned when the black leopard walked out of his night shelter into the larger enclosure later in the afternoon. In the 6 months that the cat had been here, Jörg had never seen him out of the night shelter. He then decided to rename the leopard Spirit. It shows me an image of literally stopping in his tracks by surprise at that sense of just this wall of appreciation coming towards him. He is so relieved that nothing's been demanded of him here. He's just so relieved that this waist lifted from his shoulders. And when he was grunting back, he said he was saying thank you for the thank yous. So each thank you he was getting, he was saying thank you back. Is there anything you'd like to say about that feedback?
I think we talked about this. The communication was able to be verified by the carer in the cat rehabilitation centre, and so that inspired me to make this film really, because I wanted people to believe what the whales were saying, not just think, oh, I can hear a whale, but actually really have it verified and know that this is the message that's coming from the whales.
Love you!
My last documentary was called Shamans of the Amazon. It's quite a groundbreaking film about one of the rituals that they use over there, which helps them to develop, amongst other things, telepathic communication with the animal and also the plant and the spirit world as well. It's using a couple of plants and it's been used for thousands of years.
Y tener más energía para el chamán y para controlar toda la selva. Entonces la boa es un chamán, un tigre es un chamán. Espiritualmente, todo animal contiene a este espíritu de ayahuasca. No es droga, sino es para conocer visión.
I knew that drinking ayahuasca could be a very intense experience, that it tasted foul and often it made you vomit. I was feeling apprehensive about how it would affect me.
I'm convinced that in its native setting, ayahuasca is a telepathic drug. I mean, small groups of tribal people are taking this thing and making group decisions based on group hallucinations, based on the collective database of the tribal group. They're seeing the information from a higher dimensional space.
So this inspired me also to travel around the world, to work with these shamans and animal communicators, to learn how to do it myself, and then take the viewer on this journey as well, so the viewer can learn as well. Can you imagine the messages that will come from the animals, you know, from the wild whales and dolphins, but also from the ones in captivity, even the farm animals? You know, what's their message looking at? So I'm inviting you to come on board with this very exciting film. And I think once this film is made, it will change the way we view animals.
Love you! Thank you so much! We'll do all we can. Woo! Love you! Woo! Whoa! Woo! Woo! Whoa. Hello. I love you too. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah.
And who knows, there may even be some important message for humanity at this critical time.
Okay, so that's just a little bit of a taste of my dreaming that's been coming through. That Shamans of the Amazon was the last documentary I made. And that was about 12 or 13 years ago. I've just been making little films and bits and pieces, uploaded probably about 100 clips to my YouTube channel. But this one, it's been a while coming through, and I've got a clear focus now that this is really what I want to do. And you know, things are just starting to come into that reality to make that happen. So I'm excited to share that dreaming that's coming through, and inviting you to become a part of that. You know, everyone who makes a donation at the Wild Whisperers Possible website is really a part of that whole energy that's coming through. So, you know, even if it's just a $5 donation just to get your name down and get on the newsletter, and also you get a download of some whale songs, it just energetically brings you into that whole movement and energy that's coming through at the moment. So I really invite you and encourage you to come along, you know, for yourself as well, because I don't know, I'm probably just super obsessed, but it is an energy that's coming through that I think has got a lot to offer humanity at the moment. So, you know, come along and check that out. And since then I met a producer who's also just floated the idea to Animal Planet, and they were talking about making it as a series rather than as a feature documentary. And there's been a few things coming through since then, you know, and thinking, wow, you know, first I saw it as a feature doco, but then I thought, well, wouldn't it be amazing just to go around to all the different animal communicators, different indigenous people around the planet, and hear their story and hear their communications that are going on with not just the wild animals, but you know, go along to some zoos or some factory farms and some, you know, at the moment, Angel, this white dolphin, like Migaloo, but as a dolphin, you know, these white animals that are coming through at the moment. It was captured over in Taiji in Japan, and just recently, and is now in a museum. This poor thing. So one of the ideas is to go over to Japan to this museum and with Anna, or you know, with whatever skills I've developed by then, or but you know, hopefully with someone that you know is guaranteed that you know we're getting the exact message coming through from that animal, and say, okay, what is your message to humanity at the moment? You know? And you know, I think, wow, how amazing will that be? Yeah. So I just want to. I think there's still a few chairs over there. If there's anyone who's uncomfortable squeezed in the corner, there's about 3 chairs over there, and you know, if you want to grab any in the break, there's a stool up the back here. So yeah. Now, Howie. Yeah. Okay. So look, the crowdfunding is just for the initial stage, like what I really need at the moment, and that is to get myself a good little HD waterproof camera. My last one that I've taken to the Amazon and everywhere else has just finally become, you know, dysfunctional. So I need to get a camera, and I need to get some live streaming gear, and I also need another computer. So what that does is it sets up, you know, I can start shooting straight away on this trip when I'm leaving in about a week's time, and also start doing live streaming from up there, because in Hervey Bay the reception's pretty crappy, but with the special equipment that's now available, it's only become available in the last year, you can actually put 6 modems together, and turn a crappy signal into a broadcast quality signal. So I want to get that equipment, and then I want to, do live streaming from Harvey Bay. And already I've been talking with a few people who will help to get the message across. A few musicians. I've invited Michael Franti and Xavier Rudd and even Howie Cook down here, to come and sing some songs up there and to live stream that and help to get a message out and connection with the whale. So that goes around the world. So that's why this, there's this crowdfunding and the live streaming equipment's great and important. It also keeps people in touch with the whole program. I'll be doing live streams as I'm making the film and involving people in it. So, and that live streaming equipment is about $7,000, and then the camera, computer, and some other peripherals is about another $5,000 as well. I think it's about $13,000, and about 10% of that's already been pledged. Someone did a $1,000 pledge the other day, which was exciting. But there's all different gradients that you can pledge, and quite nice rewards as well, like videos and things come back as well. So it's all good. So yeah, just check out. Go to Migaloo.com. There's a click on the left which shows the possible in the whale. Just go there and have a good look over it, and then you'll be able to check it out. So where's
Sorry, just in the footage.
Yeah.
Drinking the tea from Amazon.
Yeah.
How did that sort of
Yeah. Well, I've spent a couple of years over there and drank, quite a bit with the shamans. And what I realise, like through that, but also it's another reality. It's like a kid learning to walk again. Walk from scratch. It's a whole new world that you've got to get used to and get your head around. And I just had glimpses into that world, but I realised to get fully into telepathy, I need to do some serious training, like go into a dieta over there, and there's special cleanses you can do with your body, special diets. Drinking every second day for weeks, and really just being in the jungle, away from Wi-Fi, away from everything, for the training. So, and being with the shamans too, it made me realise that they live in that world, and for us, we might get some intuition, but we don't believe it a lot of the time, and so it just sort of evaporates. But if we what drinking with the ayahuasca, and probably also training with the animal communicators as well does, is that it brings you in touch with your intuition, and gets you out of your mind. It's a problem I have. I'm very in my mind. I'm a bit of a scientist, so I like to know how everything works. But it's the opposite, I think, with the animal communication and the shamanism. It's trusting your body and your feelings, and merging with nature and the elements that are around you. And when you feel like something's talking to you, you don't just go, oh, just dismiss it. You go, oh, what was that again? And really tune into it. So I think that's what, why it sort of came to me now to use both the learning from the animal communicators, but also, my past training in the Amazon and this amazing vine, which originally was called telepathy, because it does bring on, your telepathic abilities, amongst other things, and that's how they've used it in the jungle for thousands of years. So, I figured combining that, it will, and also the way I've structured the film is to do it in a way so that it's not just watching someone who's already knows how to do it, but it's actually going on a journey yourself with me, really, through my process too of learning and, I don't know, doubting or getting a bit and, moving forward like that. So, so hopefully anyone who watches the film will be able to learn that skill as well, or at least know how to go along that process of being able to communicate, with your dog, with a possum you see in a tree or whatever, just take it to another level. So that's a little bit about what the film is about, and I think that drinking the ayahuasca is part of that training process. I don't know where that came from. Yeah.
I just wanted to give a bit of objective perspective on Jean's filmmaking abilities. And I was in London last year and discussing with an ayahuasca shaman about what are the best documentaries out there, and there's been about a dozen documentaries about ayahuasca shamanism made. And we all agreed that actually Dean's was the most thorough and most intelligent, the most that really the one that actually gave the indigenous perspective.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thanks very much. Yeah. It was also,
if they're going to crowdfund this other film, I think we'll do.
Yeah, thanks. It was also, if not the first, certainly one of the very first ones to be made on ayahuasca. I know when I went over there and experienced it for the first time, we were walking out through the jungle, for 2 days, and my friend start pulling leaves off this tree, and I said, "What are you doing?" He says, "Just you wait." And then if we get out in the middle of the jungle, and then he starts brewing it up, says, "Yeah, try this," and then, whoa, life just hasn't been quite the same since. That was in 1992. Yeah. So on that point, again on Migaloo2.com, I've just in the last few weeks set Shamans of the Amazon up as pay per view, so you can go there and pay. I think it's $3.95, and you'll get a link sent to you, and you can just watch it wherever you are. It took me a long time to set that up. Unfortunately, probably everyone in the world's just about seen it by now on pirated copies in YouTube. There's one guy who's got 250,000 full hits on my film. If only I had $1 for each one of them, I would have been able to make my next doco. But anyway, go along. Again, that's Migaloo2.com, and just follow the links there. So how are you here?
Yeah.
Do you want to do a little? Are you ready to do a little presentation on? I feel like I've been yabbering for a while now. I'm gonna put you in the hot seat though over here. We can turn the lights on and sit you up here. But you need to come and sit in my seat for the light, because we're streaming. Either that, or I can turn the camera around and I'll turn the lights on and have a bit of a break for people. Yeah, all right. Does anyone know where that light is over there? No, I'll turn.
Well, thanks for what William's tonight, because as far as I'm concerned, any
You have to speak up though, Howie.
enterprise or effort that goes towards talking the whales and dolphins on the future paper, and across the board, there's always been this human view of whales and other animals over the years, and I think we are coming into a beautiful time of recognising not only the rights of the animal kingdom, the rights of the plant kingdom, but just seeing animals in a whole new light. So it's beautiful to watch that footage you shot of those whales. That's classic direct communication across species. Certainly, I've had experiences like that. I remember being ordered out of the sea by a dolphin. I'd spent 7 hours up at Fingal Head. I used to come up from Bondi, which has an interest in mine for the last 40 years. I was living in Bondi and sort of had some interesting encounters with the Fingal Head tribes, so I used to come up there all the time. In fact, I never even used to come to Byron. I just used to go through Fingal and just documenting, just with photos underwater, the tribe up there. And on this particular day, I've been going out for like 7 hours in the water, and it was sundown, and the tribe needs to go into the Tweed River to sleep at night. And a huge mum just swam right out to me. Normally they would come closer than just about beyond arm's length. Big mum covered with big cankers and everything. Big matriarch, she swam up to me and she just went, "There's this one more time I got in the water, the sun came down. I just heard her say, 'If you hear anything, do you mind?'" And I immediately understood. I was like, "Oh, all right." So I just stepped my hair right out and just took a step out of the water. And yeah, lots of things like that. Humpback whales swimming up to me in Tonga after I've been involved in a shark attack rescue on the way, and a couple of days later I got in the water with just to face any fear I might have about the sea. Out of the blue came a humpback mother baby, and she swam, picked me up on the flipper, and just held me in the sea, and this big eyeball looking at me, and she just beamed all of this compassion and goodwill at me. Basically, was like, yeah, bro, everything's gonna be fine. Incredibly good in the sea. So, and on such matters actually about close encounters with wild animals. I mean, I guess you've all been picking up on Matty Fitzstewart from Byron Bay here. I don't know if you've got the thing to look at that, but his a girl who I probably met when she was 16, and she'd started out swimming with sharks at the age of like 14, night diving with sort of stuff that terrifies me. The thought of being in the sea at night, putting a torch, a light there, and being able to harden it to try and get the shark to come quicker, so she could get more shark encounters at the time she had water. And there was that film came out recently, Shark Girl, was being released across around the world, huge acclaim, and people were just going, oh my God, the way we've been thinking about sharks, and here's this one young woman out of Australia with such passion and such a way of relating to sharks. Completely changed my feeling about sharks. And I ended up looking back at encounters I've had with sharks in South Pacific and sort of reading about it. Oh yeah, that huge, that 17-foot mako serpent is just like, yeah, bro, how's it going? It's quite probable, you know, and yeah, so we have a great animal communicator here against us sometimes. If we would like to acknowledge her for that, because you know sharks are an interesting interface, if you like, to go in terms of communication. Certainly, I have no compunction about going to sea with any type of whale anywhere in the world, and it's interesting that even transient orcas, the top of the food chain, rather. I don't like the way they go about attacking other whales. It's an anomaly in the whole cetacean family. But you know, you could roll into the sea with a transient orca and they just recognise you and treat you with respect, the same respect that orcas deserve, in the same way that we need to recognise that we're living in the company of a great nation on a planet called Planet Ocean. And I sometimes say to people, we have this privilege of these little rocky outcrops to actually be in the company of whales and dolphins. There's a whole bunch of communication with animal things that came to mind, but I don't really know what I'm here to say exactly. Is there something in particular, because I've been talking about possibly some other arenas of whales.
Yeah, I'm sure everyone would like to get an update of what's going on with the dolphins, you know, either in Taiji or the Maoris, or, you know, also I'd like to hear a little bit about surface visitations as well, what they've got planned, and a little bit about your organisation.
Yeah, right. Well, you know, I've come up with different people over the years and formed my own group originally out of Bondi, Ocean S, to take action and promote the idea of urban marine conservation. And funny enough, a lot of that was driven by a beautiful relationship with Blue, the big blue broker. We had a phenomenal way of communicating and interacting with people, and yet people tell you, oh, fish don't have 6-second memory or some crazy stuff like this. But Bluey knew half a dozen of us as close personal friends, and he was very friendly towards everybody. He suffered some consequences of that, like vulnerable to human stupidity, and so on. But he survived and became an icon for urban marine conservation out of Sydney. And I went into Parliament and pushed on that and got the blue brokers to state fish of New South Wales. And subsequently, all the other states were looking at their state fish. It's ironic that what's that? It's ironic that none of the states of Australia have a marine icon. That we had things like flowers and wattles, and we're one of the greatest island nations in the world. I think our eating is twice the range of searches. So and then we're coming through up to here and bringing some marine conservation programs up here. And it's funny, progress. I get the sense that what you're talking about, Dean. You sort of stumble across things, you follow a path, and later on you come. Obvious was in front of me the top all along, and I think that's this thing that humans have started to realise. Like it's really obvious that animals are speaking to us, and it's laughable when you hear scientists talking about, oh, we think that dolphins may have individual names, and crazy stuff like that. And it's really obvious to people, I think, in our hearts that we are just amongst all of these people who may be different to us and may look a different way in the world to us, but we're all together. And what that whole thing about humans seeing themselves as a superior race, and I still hear it on programs such as the ABC, humans are the only ones that make sense of humour. Humans are the only ones that can think about the past, present, and future. And it's all stuff. Or humans are the ones who show restraint, and clearly we're the ones who show the least restraint. It's elephants that don't put their head on top of the market, even though they're so annoyed with them after 20 years. The animals that do the charges and stop, and you don't see a lethal solution to territorial affairs and stuff. And it's the right one saying just exactly what happens, but
Maui dolphins?
No,
Can we hear that?
Animals with intelligence.
yeah, the whole thing, that whole thing about us being part of the thing, it's not above or below it. I know I was thinking this, if humans think so special, we do this, we do that, but the reality is this will just take us as a soul of consciousness. Yeah. Okay, today you're going to, just for today, you're going to be an ant. You're suddenly, oh, I do, like all of that knowledge that you've got, it's fabulous knowledge how to build skyscrapers and make it from the pond, it's no use to you. Absolutely no use to you. And I think it's always, like as a cartoonist, and I've always liked just reversing situations and thinking through animals' eyes. And, like that. I will do that, actually. I brought a long one of the no. But the whole thing with there's a shark coffee at the table reading the newspaper. On the newspaper it says millions missing from the bank, channel, reefs. There's pictures of like, have you seen my millions of sharks? The photos. It says, what does a depressed shark feel like first thing in the morning? It says, flat white. and more recently, like the shark club of Western Australia, we've got Georgie here, we've got Gardens here, that's like through here. Georgie's been working on the issue of shark club in Western Australia. And, the absurdity of like this killing of all the tiger sharks, for example, apparently there's been no record of tiger shark on humans in West Australia for 8 years. 8 years ago, it wasn't a tiger shark, it's something else. But, the authorities go out and kill all those tiger sharks to make it safe and the rest of it. Well, all these other things go on in the name of commerce and human enterprise and so on. So I did this cartoon, it's actually the rough one. Public killer number one: binge drinking, cigarette smoking, deep fried, microwave, junk food, scarfing, pill popping, testosterone speeding, head-on car crashing shark. And then it's all maybe not shark. So we're entering this critical time of being able to new encounters, new ways of meeting with animals and new communication. So I commend you what you're doing, Dean. Our parent and the rest of you about what you're doing, because I know that when you've got party ladies, naysayers that go, oh, it's all about science and this is what you do, and sort of have a go at what's proved. And but this is the way forward, because we can't just put animals in concrete tanks and inside cages and say, now we can sort of tell you about their world. I remember writing a poem about that, something like, men little thoughtless sages putting animals in little cages so they can explain their life upon the open plain. it's clearly we have to be amongst them. Like they'll be playing the other day at the cartoon, two gazelles standing on the open plain, one thing or other. This guy Thompson, and that's where some of these other ideas have come about, where we look at the names that we give to animals. We talk about common dolphins. I've been writing a song where it says, we met some common dolphins, which is kind of rare. You never meet common dolphins way out here. Or grey whales, you know. They call me a grey whale even on a good day. Even when I feel like a rainbow, they still call me grey. So, yeah, that's what I had to say about that. And then I'm also, I also had this group surface presentations with Dave Rasmussen, and we've just come back from the reef, and I hadn't actually really been on the Southern California for years, and I saw a huge difference. So, Nicole and Yang tell me that Australia would tell you great still, but it's really disappointing to see one reef shark or two mantaraks in a whole day of swimming there. And like my last experience was inundated with sharks and turtles and mantaraks. So we were up there to look at the issue of Gladstone and Port Basin proposal, which shockingly, backed by Gina Weinhardt, a Dodgy company from India. The idea is to just rip down the forest, burn it off, and then make these huge open mines, and then the ports and dumping onto the reef, directly onto the reef. I don't know why, I know it's a thing they save money, but why any government would say you can't dump on the reef, you have to take it back and fill the holes in it or something, rather than dump on the Great Barrier Reef. So I did do a cartoon about that as well, which is where politicians are standing there and there is no Great Barrier Reef, and they go, where the hell's the Great Barrier Reef? And someone says, oh, it was confiscated. The South Pacific nations took it away to use it to boost their tourism. Because, if it wasn't there, Australia would be, oh, I wish we had that. And interestingly enough, that's what's happening in the South Pacific. Commons have vested to recover the population of humpback whales who've driven down to near extinction. It's horrifying. You realise what genocide it was. That Tongan whales were down to 15 breeding females, they were down to 50 whales. And a point that I would always make about these humpback whales, obviously we're so privileged to be in the company of humpback whales. This is the best recovery of any species of whales in the world on the east coast of Australia at 10%. A lot of whales are just flatlining, like southern rights, north native rifles, and so on. The Korean grey whale is really regarded as ecologically extinct. And the Tongan whales have made a recovery like these whales were here. And the thing to remember when you're looking at those whales out there at sea is that they are the children. Their parents were the children of orphans. That this recovery was made by orphans, traumatized kids swimming back from the Antarctic. Somehow they rebuilt a society. And it's extremely amazing. Amazing to sort of if you think like a human rebuilding society for kids only, or a situation like that. So, and then of course the other thing I need to know about that is going to international whaling commissions all the time, different places like Tonga where they say, oh, there's plenty of whales now. They had a boat in the lower house that was actually whaling, and I was actually there doing some espionage work at that time. But the thing is, it's not about numbers. When Japan talks about research and they talk about 850 minke whales plus or minus 10% and all this nonsense, it's not about numbers. It's always about bloodline. It's always about huge matriarchs swimming in the sea. And though in Tonga, the whole recovery may be hinging on a great matriarch bringing back the biodiversity to their group. So, anyway, I'll just distract myself to no end. But anyway, one piece of great news that I was really happy to talk about, because it's very recent, and Dave Rasmussen was telling me more details about it when we were on the reef last week, is that we've had a huge win in New Zealand against the seabed mining issue. And, I was coming home from the International Rugby Commission in Panama the year before last. We got a call from Dave saying we've been asked to apply Kiwis against seabed mining, CASM, and Reagan. Would we please have the support of surface visitations and to come up with some sort of campaign on the issue of the collapsing population of probably one of the rarest cetaceans in the world, and also one of the smallest dolphins in the world. So we put together one of our S4C teams of 5 of us. We know that, and Dave paddled a 7-foot board from Cape Egmont all the way to Piha by himself in the Tasman Sea. Well, we would just go ahead and go, oh, it's just another 5 hours. Oh, he would be at sea for 8 hours a day, kneeling, paddling, and or lying on his own paddling. The board was shipped out from Hawaii by one of his watermen for Dave to use this. So the world was watching this, and we were making little video clips and spoken we might want to show on, but it doesn't matter. The end result was that we met the community. Unlike Australia, there's not much community along the coast there. So we had lots of Maori people there going, thank God you're here, feeling totally helpless and oppressed by this. And we had the biggest company out of China, TTR, wanting to suck 5 billion tons of black sand off the west coast of the North Island. Anyone who's been out to West Coast beaches of Auckland and how fabulous that sand is, and they want to take it all basically, in the same home range as the Maoris dolphin. So ultimately, CASM and S4C and all the other groups, we just pushed and made a lot of noise, and ultimately it was beaten. And it was beaten in the same way as the result of bending, is that if you can reach that tipping point of critical mass of people getting involved and knowing that their one contribution, that as one person can actually make a difference. And I'm working on a drawing at the moment that's saying, who is the tipping point person? Where's Wally? Where's Wally? Yeah, Wally goes, the whole thing goes, come on. So yeah, it's a really good news. It's incredibly good news. And you know, so yeah, I want to come with a good news story. And there's been a few lately. I think just as we're reaching out to the animal kingdom, and they're reaching out to us, and just as we're becoming protectors and defenders of forests and recognising. Did anyone see that thing on Facebook about a guy who's worked out he can take old telephones and attach them to trees and forests? And when that tree comes under attack, it sends a telephone call to a centre where they then dispatch help to the trees for illegal logging. So we're in this new age of working with our friends in the plant and the animal world. Your question.
Yeah, if it's in your what you like to talk about, and do you have any knowledge of Fukushima and the damage it causes?
Fukushima is definitely the elephant in the room. Definitely the elephant in the room. Like I've been reading as much as I can about it. It's been utterly overwhelmed by it sometimes. And I just feel for all those Japanese people who feel like a lot of them clearly feeling like trapped. And I know if I was Japanese, I'd run to Okinawa as fast as I could. You'll have seen all that stuff of Fukushima where it shows section temperature differentials in the sea. I mean, it isn't actually radioactivity. Nevertheless, it shows the shift caused and the radioactivity shifting in that direction goes across and around. We're entering El Nino again. We will definitely see El Nino bringing elements, strong elements of Fukushima back into this region. I remember I was reading a report on it saying Tasmania is the best place to be because it's got so many strong currents that will actually fend off till the last. But maybe Fukushima is part of the new mutation of new species that will arise on planet Earth. What's the impact on the cetacean? Oh, on the cetacean world, no doubt. It's the old story, like if you're a specialised tropical food chain predator, and you've got fatty tissues, you can accumulate poisons, you can accumulate lipid soluble poisons, and you suddenly encounter, all of this is a story of 300 years really. This is what has been happening for animals in this genocide going on in loss of species. So a lot of animals aren't prepared for some of these things that are suddenly come up. For example, whales getting sunburned in the Antarctic when the whole ozone layer was over the Antarctic. And the irony of that was that krill that they eat feed on euthysids that feed on the zooplankton that feed on the phytoplankton. The phytoplankton need sunlight to exist, but they have no UV shielding, so they were running deeper, which meant that lower populations being produced of krill. Clearly, it's the most beautiful relationship between these kind, and also one of the world's shortest food chains that just goes diaphragm, phytoplankton, zooplankton, krill, blue whale. And so these balances are very delicate, and I definitely I saw that freaky photo of the double-headed grey whale in California.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's fine now. You know, people can say, oh, well, that's a genetic thing that happens in the wild. That's probably true, but we go up to Punjab Place and we look at photos of mutated fish from voices there, and radioactivity is just another one of those poisons that has the opportunity to create nuclear damage. This is what we saw in New Zealand. Dumping of dioxin is the reason most dolphins declined. What did our factory in the 60s and 70s produced 44 million litres of dioxin that was dumped on Vietnam, and then it was made out of Vietnam, and then also the 20 million litres that they subsequently dumped on New Zealanders as a herbicide against horse. And I know that's why I lost my mother at 3 restaurants. I know about the chefs and patients. It's a really sad story that's been well covered up like they're 100% pure and posted.
Yeah, I've got a good Japanese friend when it first started with she was wanting to clear out. Yeah. They really got to this almost like this wartime attitude that kind of attitude. She said, and I asked her about it, she said it's patriotic now to stay in the country because of our ancestors. And one guy was revealing about what was happening there, and he was bitten by the government too. I was there for a few weeks, there's nothing in the papers. No. You hear more outside of that. So there are sort of
I think we're all aware of that. You know, if you want to find out about the NH3C, we don't listen to it. But so yeah, okay. So just moving on quickly, dealing with this. The future planning of S4C in their alliances with Women for Whales, Science for Sea Shepherd. One of the formats that we've used regularly now is Transparent Sea Voyage. We do have a new film out a couple months ago about that style. That was where we got invited to run blue whales off the coast of Los Angeles. And they, just like these whales here, they just swam right up, just like, I think a whale probably just thinks they're about big sometimes. You know, like just whatever size. They're just, and a 90-foot whale just coming up with gently and blowing nostrils this big. It's pretty fantastic, and they just made a point of this so 6 craft. So the next transparency voyage that we're building towards will be on the issue of the Galilee coal basin issues and fracking and the dumping on the reef. And but what we're interested to do, because at the moment we've been using Hobie plastic, Hobie sailing craft, is to actually start building traditional style outriggers based around the models out of Hawaii, and Solomon Islands. And to build them out in Polonia, we'll actually build it from a factory. We're building much of so it's an exciting project. And 6 months ago, I was on a conference PG of traditional boat. The only other thing is coming up this year is the International Whaling Commission. It's in Zambia. Anyone who's in Europe who's going to help out the street with me, and Women for Whales. Women for Whales will be running their international whale celebration activities, and anyone who can turn up in corridors out of the scene. By chance, police come during the period of, say, the 11th or particularly 15th to the 18th, we would like to push for whales, show, make a voice for whales right there in front of the reception here. So the International Whaling Commission, since Panama, they decided to make it every 2 years, which is a real downturn for whales, the business of whalers going on. But we will be there, I'm sure some seaship people will turn up and just come and we will find a place for them to sleep and come and join us in the street. So I guess that's it. I'm set.
I was just thinking I might just put a little clip on. And Tasha, do you know where that light is? Just in the corner there. No. Just near that door over there. If you could just turn the lights off. I'll just show a little 4-minute clip of a trip I went on last year in Migaloo 2 up to the. It was actually not last year, but the year before. It's a little summary of the trip. It was actually up to the Eclipse Festival. And we went past Gladstone and some of those areas. So I'll just show this little clip here.
Journey of raising awareness about the plight of the whales and the dolphins. Our first stop's going to be SeaWorld. So today's it's about it's a shark net action or a ceremony to also acknowledge all of the whales and dolphins, the dugongs, the turtles that have been killed in these shark nets throughout the world. You just swim underneath Amazing situation going on here. We've got the hydrophone going on. Do that. That's the sound of the southern light and the baby just over there. It's playing dig and it's singing back in the same pitch.
If we have this kind of experience, we can really enjoy whales instead of catching or eating. But it's just not enough understanding, I guess.
Today, all around Australia, they're doing a smoking ceremony to support the mob from Kimberley who are trying to stop the James Rice Point gas hub development from going ahead, which is also in a whale nursery.
And basically the entire Queensland coast is, if you like, under siege from the expansion of coal seam gas and coal. There seems to be development proposals all the way up and down the coast, which is contrary to the protection that we need on the Great Barrier Reef.
The amount of ships that are going to be travelling through the reef over the next 20 years are going to times by 4. We've made it out to the outer barrier reef, the Chapelle Reef, and it's just amazing to be right out here in the Great Barrier Reef that goes from New South Wales border all the way right along the coast of Queensland. It's a massive reef system. Whoa, yeah. Whoa. Hello, I love you too. Whoa. Whoa, yeah.
My favourite bit of footage, I use that all the time. I can get. So, yeah. So look, the way that the I've got the Bentley film that I'm really excited to share with you, but it's 40 minutes. So just wondering whether we stick it on now or have a break. And how's everyone's bottoms feeling now? Okay. All right. There is chai available out there if you do want to just get a chai, but we also have a little. Sorry. Oh, some thanks to Jasper. Brought some cacao balls, so you can just grab a cup of chai and bring it back in if you want to. Just while I set up this other one, and then we've got a curry there as well too. So I'll just get. Why don't we just have like a couple of minutes, and you just get a cup of chai, and then we'll do a dinner break after the film.
Are you in touch with Derek Jensen?
Derek Jensen? No.
He's only a communicator. He's a major author in electrical C3 resistance.
It sort of works in their favor.
Hi, Bernie.
Oh, hiya.
Just so you know what time it is.
Oh, bless you, son. Yeah, we'll be there.
Right.
Absolutely. Where are you sitting?
Just a little 5-minute break here, and we'll be back on deck shortly.
To build a 60 square meter studio next to it.
Okay. A little bit of break. Bentley podcast.
There's one filmmaker to another, John Lynn's here, the Russian band. He's showing us tomorrow at 4 o'clock.
Oh, yes.
But he could up and just a bit.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Before you start this, maybe just
Yeah,
to get out.
yeah. Lord.
Give it to him. Hi, Lord.
Yeah.
Is it alright? I was trying not to get too long.
That was great, man. You're the legend. You know everything about that stuff, so it's great.
Yeah, I only bought 40, so here.
What's that? Oh.
I only bought 40. So, and I'll donate all the ingredients.
Right.
Yeah, of course.
Good. Oh man, you like it? Oh, yum. Thank you. Oh, you need to try to go with that. Right, another few minutes and we're going to show this other film. Okay, we're going to start again.
Oh, you can stay there if you want.
Okay, I'd just like to start up again. We've got a lot of stuff to get through tonight. So, take a seat and put a cup of chai to your lips. Yes. Okay, now I'd just like to introduce John Lynn here, another amazing filmmaker, who's having a screening of his fantastic film. I'll let you talk a little about it. Thanks. Welcome, John.
I'll be very brief, okay? I've arrived from Sydney for a special event tomorrow. I'm very excited because the film I made 20 years ago, Beyond the Dreamtime, has been shown around the world on television, ABC, National Digital Television, SDS, and overseas. It's won prizes overseas. But guess what? The Fat Lady is still singing because it's having its cinema theatre projection premiere. All right, I haven't seen it on the big screen yet, so I'm very excited, and it's happening in the Wood Bar at the Regent. I know that's a long spot. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock, and there'll be questions and answers. So that's Beyond the Dreamtime. It's about the Australian painter Ainsley Roberts, who had been an advertising agency director, and he had this amazing experience in the Central Desert. And it just changed his life. He just went from being an advertising executive to an amazing painter of Aboriginal stories, spirit, etc. So if you can make it, I've only got about 10 of these, but I can put something else up there. You're very welcome. 4 o'clock tomorrow. Regent Cinema. Well done.
It's funny the circle go around. I actually met John 20 years ago when I just came back from the Amazon. I was editing up my first doco down in this year. So nice circle there. So what I want to show now is I'm very excited to present the world premiere of the Bentley Blockade. Now this film, I want to sort of preposition. This isn't the definitive Bentley Blockade film. There's another one that's being made by Duncan and David, who have been out there filming. They've just got a million tons of footage from everything. But I've just wanted to put this together. It's just a 2-day edit. It's a bit of a compile of just some magic moments while I was out there. And it's all shot on my GoPro. So sometimes the sound's not 100% good wind, and anyway, you'll like it. It's captured the moment. I've really enjoyed editing up. I was up till 1 o'clock this morning, still finishing it on the last minute. So it's funny because I posted it on a couple of coal and gas sites beyond Bentley and Bentley Moments, and along with the little Migaloo vlog that I did from our encounter the other day. And someone posted, after I posted, saying, "Oh, yeah, nice story, but what's it got to do with coal and gas?" And because I was mentioning people about the edit, but also I might as well include the and actually see that the whole thing is related. It's all about the water. It's not just about water. It's about corporate greed. It's about mining. It's about people power. It's about the environment. But it's about essentially coal seam gas. And one of the biggest dangers that I see with it is the pollution of the water systems. Be it the rivers, the subterranean water, or as it flows out the ocean. So I see the whales as like the keepers of the biggest part of the water that we have on the ocean. They're singing up the song lines. They're holding the record. The record keepers, and the whales are really, the legends of the ocean. So, this film, it's about Bentley, and I recognise a lot of faces here from out there. So those who weren't out there, this should give you a nice little taste about some of the magic that happened. And just actually, as a sequel to this, which I probably should have put in the credits at the end, but the license that was cancelled, that well, not cancelled, it was suspended, that has since come up for review, and Madagascar was hoping that that the government would reinstate the license and they'd be able to get back into action. Well, that message has just come through that the suspension is still holding for this time. They haven't lifted the suspension, so the suspension for Rosella rig is still suspended, and with the amount of pressure that's going on all over the place at the moment, that's very likely to stay. And also, from what I understand, there's a sort of state election happening next March, and so it's important that we keep pressure on the local politicians and make this like one of the most important issues, and ministers will keep their seat, not depending on the stand they take on lots of gas in this area. So this is just a little inspirational film that I put together. For the local region, there's also wider areas in New South Wales who are struggling and fighting against coal seam gas. At the moment, they're already in their area or they're setting up drills. Just to know that although it is a big giant, Goliath, it can be knocked down, which we did successfully. And I think that they know, Madagascar knows that they're going to have a very hard time to come back in again.
Here.
The share price went from 9 cents down to about 3 cents, and the message is right out that coal seam gas is really not a good place to invest in.
Did you see the news tonight as to the reason why the Commissioner made the decision?
No.
Was because of lack of community consultation?
Yes, that was the reason that
I
they gave.
heard just a couple of days ago that there have been trucks out there widening that road on the way to that property in Bentley. Is that just...
Well, they could be widening it. I know that the
machinery trucks.
Yeah. Look, even if they lifted the suspension, it would still take them 6 months or more to go through the process of actually, putting in all the VAs to get it in, and also they've got to get a drill rig on site. It's a huge process. It's not something they can just go, okay, suspension's lifted, slip it straight in there. It's a big process. So. It could happen in the future, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Not here.
Yeah.
Not here, because this community clearly demonstrated that compared to the 8,000 people that came down to the wild, the 800 wild police is basically matching tenfold. And the way I heard it under the new premier, his new policemen asked for an assessment when they were mustering those police. And the assessment came back saying probability of 2 to 4 deaths, and the casualties of 2 to 4 deaths, and the assessments went watch and back away. So again, it's that story about critical mass. And they now know that we've got the voluntary system. All those people are thinking back. So
yeah, and we'll rebuild the community again if we have to.
Exactly, they can do it much faster.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, we could talk a lot about the issue, but watch the video, and we can have a bit more discussion afterwards if you want. But I'm really excited to share this this little clip with you. Do you mind hitting those lights there now, please? And just in screening this, I just really want to acknowledge everyone who was involved out there. And although this is just my footage, I know that there's been some great films made already, and there's another great one still to be made for mainstream.
Can you see us?
we're standing tall for the children yet to be born. We stand together to protect this land for the future. For the future, can you hear us? We sing as one for this country we're walking on.
So it's still before 5 o'clock, and Offa here is getting us all sorted out with a cappuccino first thing in the morning, and with a Bentley blockade, and we're getting ready to go out and line up the front gate in case the police come.
The cars are all still coming.
This is stream, constant stream of cars coming. It's amazing. It's like here, it's like 45 in the morning. It's cars. And then all over the place.
We are here bright and early, and whether the forces are coming or not to try and force their way in here, the mining by martial law. So that's what we're here for. We're here to show our strength, our resilience, and our determination to those who purport to be our government who are not listening. And by our presence and by our numbers, they will be forced to listen, to hear our voice loud and clear. And the mobilisations, this work to dawn is extremely important because it's the daily mobilisations where they are constantly checking on us. The rescue squad, from what we can tell, basically check on us at 3 AM. Okay? They want to see where our weaknesses are and where our weaknesses lie, and they particularly would be very interested in weaknesses at dawn.
Well, CSD man, you got very casinos. And out there in casinos, people selling. Let's keep it green. Hey, somewhere take it away. This land is your land. This land is my land. From Franklin River to Sunset.
So let's just stop and contemplate the dawn and our presence here together.
We do know that Metgasco's starting to push down to the last of its cash reserves, and this Bentley operation is its last hope. So if this Bentley operation doesn't work for Metgasco, we would expect them to go through the floor and basically become a takeover target, and we move into a new zone. And of course, what we're seeing, the state could be flying in here right now and trying to bust us out, but for whatever reason they're forcing and thinking about it. My experience with these things, the vested interests, the last thing the vested interests ever want to do is say, we didn't come because the social movement was too big. What they always do is wait, pause, delay, hope that you'll get tired, hope that you'll exhaust, and ultimately they start coming up with excuses why they didn't come. We've already seen that. Metgasco should have been here in mid-March, and it's told us its jewellery was gold, which is obvious nonsense. So, there's a lot of signs of our holders wavering, but all we can really say to people at the moment are a very dynamic tipping point, and it's our work is to push on through and finish the job. For New South Wales and for Australia, I think there's a strong perception of New South Wales that the Northern Rivers is a strong community, and there was a real desire on the part of the industry and our state government to smash the Northern Rivers first as a way of demoralising other communities. Now, historically, smashing the northern rivers doesn't work, and we're hoping that that's what we're going to demonstrate. So I think there's a lot of other communities around Australia who look to us and go, well, you guys, you've got some extra numbers, you've got some extra expertise, and so it's very important that we do win here. And there are ripple effects in the sense that a lot of the things that we've come up with here have been rippled out by other communities like the gas welfare strategy. I think there will be. Particularly the other ripple effects occur because the investment community is based on hunches and predictions, and if they sort of see the line drawn in the sand here, they'll see the writing on the wall for, say, AGL in the Gloucester region further to our south. They'll see the writing on the wall for Illawarra, and also out at Pilliga, which is our other big front line. The farmers there are getting really north and locking on, and that's really making some waves. And Santos is a company that is worried about its image in coal seam gas more than any other part of its portfolio at the moment is stretching its image. So we can just keep pushing forth. As I say, we really are a category 4 social movement, similar to its cyclone. It's gathering strength and starting to blow its winds far and wide.
Under construction constantly. When you look here, it's like, yeah, you have much selection of what you want to do, but there's always so much people and they're making their own dishes, and somehow every day we get food.
What are you making there? What's that?
This is dumplings for soup.
Yeah. You putting lots of love into that salad?
Yeah.
Oh.
What's going on over there?
And what are you making?
Baba ganoush.
Oh, with roasted eggplant.
Yeah.
And lots of olive oil.
Lots of olive oil, yes.
Change to come, for a change to come, future for everyone, let's walk gently, and walk gently, on the ground and gently, on the ground and gently, let's stand up in arms, let's stand up in arms. Our neighbors find. They do know we're here, and our voices together, and our presence here that has denied this mining company, this speculative miner, who continues to treat us with contempt. The government knows we're here. They know we're in the Pilliga, where many, many brave people have locked on. 6 farmers held it up 2 days ago. And listen there, because we're talking fossil fuels, we're talking coal as well. And there, the beautiful forest is being cut open by Whitehaven Coal and its partners, the ANZ, etc., just to make another big hole in the ground. We make up our fault of the 2 councillors from there. In their draft future water strategy, they are saying that we will be reliant in this area on groundwater in 2020. That is in 6 years' time that the water needs of this community, of all these towns, of Lennox Head, of Ballina, of Lismore, Casino, and all the little towns and everyone who's on reticulated water will be using groundwater as the major source of water.
Gatherings every morning here. Since last Sunday, it's over 1,000 people. And this morning again, another 1,000 people. And we're at Bentley, and it's going to be the end of Austin Gas right here. This is the live market. Looking at what's happening here all around the world, and been very inspired by what the community is doing. So, having that track together here in this beautiful country.
So look, there are a huge number of installations here. This is, you can see, a car body that's concreted into the ground. There are holes in the floor there which lead into dragons, which are still piped in large amounts of concrete, which blockaders will turn themselves into. So the police have a job of them to have a car body, and then they have to dig out the people who are locked into the dragons. So something like that can delay the police and the equipment coming in for maybe a day. The Daily Telegraph estimates that the budget for this operation on behalf of the police will be $8 million.
If it goes well for them. It's better life for too. Yeah.
Now this is really powerful, what we've got going on here. It's hard to know that this is something that goes down history. Long time from now, people talk about this band. We're all involved in that. The spirit's far alive, worldwide. And there's a big solid gathering in Australia. It's happening a lot. There's a lot of old people who can mix with new collaborators and what we're doing here. It's some of the old stuff. It's being similar stuff, really. It's happening in Australia right now.
First there was the announcement that we understand the Minister for Resources, the blood drained out of his face when he was told to do certain things. And then came the announcement that the New South Government was suspending Rosella Well and L16, petroleum exploration licence. And then at 3:45 this afternoon there was this fantastic announcement. The Gasco by cancelling the drilling program at the Rosella EO1. Pretty sit high. And that is a direct result of each and every one of you, of all our efforts.
This is a disgrace and an outrage. The Australian people deserve more than this. We have a right to clean air, water and food. These fraudulent behaviours have resulted in the recapture of Clause 16 license being obtained illegally. And I hereby revoke that license and ban unconventional gas mining forever. The people, we are the power. We are the people, we are the power. We are the people, we are the power. We are the people, we are the power.
So since we pat ourselves on the back, well done, well done, well done. Unbelievable outcome. Unbelievable. Who would have thought? Who dared to think it? Who dared to think it? Who dared to believe it? And it happened. I remember when Nan Nicholson got up one morning reading the Dawn and she shared this little motto that found you to be a great social change activist, which is the people, united. We sometimes win and sometimes lose. Yeah, they all lost it, we're very realistic and all, but this time we can go back to it. The people, united, we'll never leave it here. It's so good to have our faith restored in people power.
I'm imagining in my mind a great big scale, and on one side of that scale was the very, very, very heavy weight of the corporations, the mining industry, the fossil fuel industry, the American century, and all of our governments who are controlled by them. And on the other side of that scale was us and our community. And we were just dropping droplets into that bucket. And we've done it for years and years and years. And we never know when that bucket's going to get heavy enough to overbalance the other side of that scale. And one day, it does. And it happens suddenly, and it happens unexpectedly. And there's no point in asking, which drop was it? It's every single drop. We were building towards this day when I was going to come in with the ultimate shock and awe, with the $10 to $14 million worth of police for however long. But somehow they realised that that was a bottomless pit. That was a quagmire. They were embracing the northern rivers, and it was never going to end. So just thanks everybody. Thank you for everything you've done, and just feel powerful that everything you did is one of those drops in that bucket. There's no effort that anybody has put in that's been wasted.
And just remember and carry with you that knowledge that social movements never fire unless you choose to give up. We've had a rough victory here, but we still live in a country and a world where the corporations dominate the government. We still live in a crisis of democracy, but we can take great faith in the fact that we put a crack in that wall, and our job now is to get into that crack with our elbows and our crowbars, widen it up and let other communities come through.
And people say to me, what is this movement? What is this Lock the Gate? What is this Gas Field Free? What is this coming together? I say it's the expression of all aspirations for every one of us to live in a world where our great-grandchildren and their great-grandchildren and their great-grandchildren will have the ability to drink the clean water, to breathe the clean air, to see the magnificent forests that we know and have walked in.
This has been a creation of another world. This is the other world. It's so good, so nourishing to see that Australia and meet the rest of the world, because we were behind. Now we're catching up. Another world is possible. It's on its way. We're birthing them right now.
Let us go going, 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 let we are protectors of the earth. We are the land. We are the earth. We are protectors of the earth. We are protectors of the earth. We are protectors of the earth. We are the land. We are the earth. We are protectors of the earth.
So this is yet another one of the installations that they've got here. 4 people can lock on down here. Put your hands down inside and lock on with a lock, and then they can't get to you. So one of the many installations that the police just said, no, too hard, not cold finger.
No way, no way, no fucking way, man. No fucking way. Did I get it, kid?
Wow. It's true. It's inspiring. I'm scared Australia is the wider community and also the world. People watching on those roads is just such an incredible win for people So it really feels like it's common energy, and there's a prophecy about reaching and from it that the perfect prophecy, when it comes, is that the whole world is going to react into a beautiful higher consciousness.
so just warm inside. Really good. My heart's exploding still. You know? Yeah. It's just fantastic. This has been, besides being a gas, it's really a side point. This is community coming together. Yeah. And everyone contributing, finding their place in community, doing their little bit. You just got to go to this circle every time you need some help. And you just go, can we have some help doing this? And people go, yeah, I'll do it. It's just
so the camp's been amazing.
Camp has been amazing. It's been a sociologist's dream, you know, just to watch this melting pot of people learning how to be together again. Because out there we're chasing our asses too much to talk to each other. And we come here, we've been able to talk to each other. Yeah. You know, it's all hard politics.
Where's the line? Fantastic. Hey, Robin, how you How you feeling?
We get together and we did it, all together we did it. Together we are strong. El pueblo unido, unido, el pueblo unido, unido.
People power, baby! Looks like the camp's going to be pulled down now, and a lot of people are just saying something. Beginning of the end of the coal and gas industry here in New South Wales, and hopefully the world. Yeah, the ball is rolling, and if I was an investor, I would be looking at renewable energies, not fossil and gas. That's for sure.
The movement that's been invigorated through this whole process Australia-wide will just continue its work, you know, and so many people have been inspired and activated to really actually physically stand for something and, you know, become a voice, and, you know, I've no doubt that I'll continue to travel around the country and indeed around the globe, and it's, you know, this is our kind of opportunity to be a tiny part of the resistance movement that's happening worldwide.
So this is a big pack up now. The camp's being pulled apart, and all the stuff, or a lot of it, is going into the storage area there. And then if there's another action needed at Pilliga or somewhere, then on a big truck. So it's out there, and we've got portable Bentley effects spreading all around the world.
There's so many opportunities in all this new energy technology. Opportunities for people to make money, for people to be of service and be harmonic and in alignment. Why would you choose something like this unless you had some deeper, darker agenda?
Working with the originating up here, the aunties and the uncles. Yeah. The big design and the big mandala. So what is this? This 5 years of drama. Yeah. The drill site. That's over there. So in the middle there's a... So that was where the drill was going to go? Yeah. Yeah, and that point there, the mandala, emanates out from exactly that hillside there. Yeah, and we've wrapped it with originally male protection symbols. Yes. On the land here. And up by the
diagram
by the sacred fire just there.
We did with the aunties and uncles. So this is Bentley Camp here, with the women protection symbol, all the kids around there. There's a big red handprint going to be on the land in red, on the road in red ochre. There's still to come the Morning Star and the Seven Sisters, Rainbow Serpent along the road. This is the Gate A here. This is what we've been doing here. This is Goanna and the hillside. Yeah. And
awesome.
It's emotion. Real story.
Yeah. Yeah. All the way up here to create a massive art installation. Yeah. First time it's ever been done, according to the elders. Yeah. So it's more than just art, isn't it? There's
magic. Symbols a lot, the dream story back in to draw it to the surface and allow the creativity to be first and foremost, rather than the understanding, that poverty consciousness of having to grab from the land, but just to step back into the abundance of the land, and allow that to nourish us.
So this was ground zero, where the well was planned to go 2 kilometres straight down here, big hole. Instead, now there's been beautiful sacred mandala placed here with a goanna painting all around it, sacred symbols to protect the land. This tripod's been a symbol of the resistance here, and there's been gatherings here nearly every sunrise for the last month. And this is like the apex of the protest. It feels privileged to be in this city. And what an amazing day and feeling to be here. Yahoo! We won!
We have provided the direct action to do this, and direct action then needs to be translated into political power, and that's what we need to do. And a friend of mine said we could have to put on the throat of the New South Wales government, and they had to listen. We made them an offer they couldn't refuse.
Yeah, like we weren't backing down.
No.
Yeah. We did it!
We did. When you're talking about that portal, okay, we went in through that 2012 portal, and we came out the other side. And now, as we're still coming out through that vortex, this is when we create the new world. On the other side. Here we go.
And major changes so far, eh? I mean, look at the whales last night, and then this week, Beckley and Coulson and Gas. I mean, the cards are falling, aren't they?
Oh, well, isn't it quite fun that so many of the politicians in the corrupt system are falling like dominoes with their connection with the corruption, with the mining industry. So, as an indigenous initiate lawman said to me once, that old system is crumbling as we speak. So all we have to do is rise.
Look, I feel like it's a real tipping point. I think it's going to ripple out from here, and people are going to remember the Bentley experience, and I think it's going to start having the Bentley effect, it'll ripple out. Communities can see that they can all come together, work together on a collective issue, and get real results. The people have shown that they are powerful, and the government has had to do back to them, and the mining companies have had to leave. Yeah.
So at the earth we came. Not us, we didn't, the earth didn't come from us, we came from the earth. So all of us here today, we are part of Mother Earth. And Father Sky came down and breathed into us the breath of life. We then became a living soul. So we all are part of this story. Every one of us. And here today, I know that we're doing our ancestors proud. We're doing our sacred Mother Earth proud. Because our children are standing up for her. Kagan jawang wela mi bin
Well, I've heard a lot of people say to me over the last few weeks here at Beckley, well, we realise this is historic what we're doing, but you know, I've talked to a lot of you, and I don't think you fully appreciate how historic this is. This is a great moment in the history of our country. I don't think Australia will ever be the same again. We have to redefine democracy itself because it got lost along the way. So, in this community here, we've re-established, to a great extent, what democracy is, and we've challenged those people who've been undermining it now for far too long. And we'll continue to go on doing just that, because in the next few weeks, a similar campaign will set up at the Pilliga. And the same at Laird Forest, where our mate Nathan Kingsler thinks that he can buy a few politicians and destroy one of the great forests of Western New South Wales. How dare he? And the community won't let him. And the same at Gloucester, where that beautiful little community in that beautiful valley have been fighting now against two coal mines and a coal seam gas field. And we won't let them do it. We won't let the power of the people will stop them. So we're in an historic moment. We share that historic moment with many, many other people around this country. And we are going to redefine what it means to be Australian. And we're going to make people remember the decent values upon which our society as a whole is based. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your courage.
Hello folks, I'm really stoked to tell you about a little story. We want to be free of CSG, keep it out of our community. So we took it to the streets, knocking every door, till everybody had their say. And 98.6% said CSG.
No way!
We love our birds, our bees and trees, clean water in our water. But hang on a minute, we smell alright, mining companies at our door. Just sitting around and kicking back, no CSG, I'm down with that. So we took it to the streets, knocking every door, till everybody had their say. And 98.6% said CSG.
No way!
I'm only 10, there's lots that I know, but I'm pretty sure that no one here likes Migasco, the politician's son, not Migasco's pet. Is that why they didn't listen to what we say? Thousands signed a petition to say CSG in our community. No way! A green politician, 1,000 k's away, had to be the one to show what he had to say. What about my children that haven't been born yet? They say CSG is safe. Wanna make a bet? You can't lose my future. He's like a politician in your fancy big car. Who do you think you are? So we took it to the streets, knocking every door, till everybody had their say. And 98.6% said CSG.
No way!
And 98.6% said CSG.
No way!
Said CSG.
No way! Woo! Yeah. So look, good on you, Holly. If you're watching, Holly, well done. Legend. In fact, so many people in there are just incredible. I mean, wow, what an effort, from the community effort. And that's what really did it. See lots of smiling, bending faces here. Yay. And yeah, so I'm going to upload that soon too. So I'll put a link on my Facebook site, but also if you go to migaloo2.com, I'll put a link there as well. So you can share that far and wide with anyone who was there or just want to show daughter or your grandkids or your grandfather or whatever, what you did out there. We could, I don't know, is there anything anyone want to say? I mean, I feel like I've been talking to a person, but if there's anything anyone wants to say about what the film, Bentley, you know, well, there is some t-shirts out there too, by the way. What's your name? Chief. Chief. Chief's got some t-shirts out there too, Bentley t-shirts if you want to get anything out there. And don't forget, if you're not on the alert, get on it. Go to Northern Rivers Free, Gasfield Free, Northern Rivers, and yeah, get on the alert. There's, you know, I don't think they're coming back, but we've got to keep the pressure on, like I said. There's an election coming next year. You know, politicians relate to pressure, so give them heaps. And we're going to have a short break for some din-dins. There's Rutumba. If you see Rutumba out there, just say thanks a lot to her, because she put all the chai and the food and everything together. She's a legend. So she also did it out at Bentley too. She was driving forks out there in the kitchen. So you know, everyone just did some amazing things out there. So yeah, so we're gonna, the way the night's gonna go roughly now is we'll have a break for about 20 minutes. Try and keep it relatively short. We've got some volunteers who need help out there to make things move through as quick as we can. Then we'll come back in here. Darps is going to do a little bit of toning and a little bit of just tuning into on another level. Like we've all been watching out here, but we're just going to go in a little bit, you know, put on some Wales songs, and Darps is just going to do some toning like what we did with when the Wales were around before. And then we've got a couple more presentations with Cole's going to give a little bit of talk about this situation with the sharp cold in WA and also northern in Queensland as well. That's what Migaloo 2 is also going to go up north in about a week's time, and we're going to look at the shark nets and the baiting programs going on up there as well. So stay in touch too, and if any of you have to go, stay in tune with migaloo2.com. There's a sign up to the newsletter. Support the crowdfunding of the new film if you can, Wild Whispers, and Shums at Amazon is also up there for maybe use. So 20 minutes, grab some food, and come back in, and we've got darts and a couple more presentations. So thank you.
Very good.
Oh, I think it's over there. Yeah. I'm going to come down there one day. Oh, yeah. Yeah, really. Wow. I'm going to just put a. Excuse me, can I just jump in here? I'm just going to put something. Hey, how you doing,
Nice
man?
to meet you. My name's Tim.
Tim, hey Tim.
I'm a photographer for Sea Shepherd, and I do all the videos that I see you have on here as well.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm just going to stick one of them on now. Maybe you've got something behind it.
Well, probably. I saw the ones you have on there, what I've done. Oh, not the Animal Planet stuff, though.
Oh,
but I'm good friends with Mal as well, so I've always been hearing about you guys' trips and everything.
Look, what we should do too, I reckon, is Is we have a sea ship week up in Harvey Bay in Wales, and some of the people just like, so I visited the house more. Yeah, to come and have a
That light's not turning on.
Okay, it must be that one. But it doesn't matter, I'll just...
as long as it's not fused.
No, I think it's double light switch there. Just tell me.
I'm going to shoot off at some point.
Yeah, okay. Alright, excellent. Come over here. Oh yeah, yeah. That was like a 2-day edit. That one. Ooh, now that's some work. No, there's one there, but I don't think it works. So, new Mac time. This isn't even my Mac. My other Mac just the screen just sort of blew up. I've got to get another computer. It's supposed to happen. Well, I think everything's got a life. Okay, so what I'm looking at here, how you doing? You doing some films? Yeah. What are you making? Yeah.
You still live?
Yeah. I'm still streaming. Yeah.
Conversation.
Hi everyone. Yeah, yeah. Don't tell me anything too undercover or anything, like too naughty. We're going live at the moment. I haven't even looked at this to see what's going on. Oh, someone's messaged me. I'll just check my Facebook messages and see if. Got anything coming through here?
Vivian was watching earlier. She said you didn't have the screen shot quite right.
Listed on this. You right?
Other one later.
How many hours of footage did you have to make that last one? Probably about four or five, yeah.
So where are you headed in a week?
Yeah. Oh, heading up to Harvey Bay. Yeah.
Everyone up there is,
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
David.
Oh, awesome. We might see you up there. Oh, you're doing the chant weekend?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, we'll see you up there.
So do you have a crew to going up there with?
I probably will by the time it's due to go. I'm going up there with my kids, just up to Moreton Bay, and then Ray's jumping on board. Yeah. Oh, he's a legend. Ray is incredible. Yeah. Just do this. Oh, this is a great little clip. This is yours? Oh, this is fantastic footage. I love it. Oh, man, so you so I spoke to
I think that 8,000 ton vessel is striking a 500 ton vessel and pushing it into a 5,000 ton vessel creates a situation. Meaning, we almost capsized since the initial model was pushing it over to such a degree. 2 more minutes to probably would have and the situation. I don't think we've got some traction with it. In all of these campaigns, the crew are under the understanding that there are internal dangers, that we're not just saying we're coming down here to risk our lives to protect the whales. We actually are risking our lives to protect the whales. And when putting our ships in a position to block their operations, we mean that we're there to block their operations. Now, there's no point in saying you're going to stand fast if you move out of the way at the last moment. If you're going to say you're going to stand fast, then you stand fast.
Yeah. No. Thank you. And did you say Nick? Tim. Thank Tim for that footage there. Tim was down the Antarctic who shot that clip. Yeah. On your Tim. Yeah.
The one in the left is the factory vessel. So that's what they use. The one on the right is the they need to put up those machines so they it was coming into place anyway.
Yeah, it was a serious squash, that one, wasn't it? It actually opened up and cracked it. Yeah.
Yeah. Squash was. Yeah, well, it was like that. That's it.
The traditional elements of agriculture has lived here for many thousands of years. It changes in its way. Ultimately, South Africa was made to be a port than beach, and industrialization has given birth into this beautiful country. What is now a single colony could become massive over the next decade, and forming more colonies in the planning stage. And to make that kind of expansion possible, the car companies have applied for permission to bridge like a port. That is, we'd like to see them confront that story in the Great Barrier in America. Harbor Island is a pristine environment surrounded by 100 coral reefs, active islanders, and extraordinary island. The Australian continent terminates gently millions of cubic meters of seabed, and organics in the marine part. Yet this flow can travel tens of kilometers and smother sensitive marine ecosystems. The coal industry has a problem is already marine landscape. But if it succeeds in its ambition to keep local resources stockpiles for shuttling and jetting installations, Abbott could indicate the biggest bird port in the world. And coal is the most powerful driver of climate change across the globe. That's why this port expansion is so destructive. This port expansion will not just destroy the lives of turtles, dolphins, seabirds, and great communities of people. It will also lock in decades of dangerous carbon emissions, something future generations will never have experienced.
We're going to start the next section of the evening now. In a sec, I'm just going to eject this.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I have to wave to my friends. I have to wave to my friends who are watching. It's Sea Shepherd crew. Say hey to the Sea Shepherd crew.
Hey, hi Sea Shepherd crew. Who you watch? Where they're watching from?
Melbourne.
Melbourne. What's your names?
Alistair,
Giacomo,
Ryan, Seamus.
Say hello to everyone.
Nick. Hi guys.
Hey.
Hey, Sea Shepherd.
Yay, Sea Shepherd rocks. That's cool. And then they singing it all right?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, that's cool. Oh, hang on, there we go. Where's some wild songs? What? Yeah, I'm going to have to get rid of this because I want to put the... Oh, is there two iTunes going on?
Yeah.
No way. It's funny with whales that you can't... Is it there? No. Where is it? It's still going though, isn't it? I'm going to... I'm going to get out of this.
You can talk. What? Processing physically.
Yeah, well,
Are you doing that or not?
oh, you can sort of yab it to me. My brain's just sort of nearly got
I
it.
can see you sailing around the point when you came in.
Oh, yeah, cool.
I got off to that. I saw the whale and I
Yeah.
figured out you were on the camera website. Really.
Oh, good. What could you see? Migaloo2.com from the boat.
Pointed to the whale. I don't know whether it gelled in or not. I went the next day and I did fish and chips at the Brunswick. You were in the Brunswick.
Yeah, that's
it might have been there that it was there, that's right, but I got the Migaloo. And I looked it up there while I was there, and I actually emailed you.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. That was you. Yeah.
Migaloo Wales is actually supposed to have gone by about that time. Did you see it?
Yeah, we did. We saw Migaloo. I'm just trying to get rid of these this hard drive, and then I'm going to put this clip on.
And I was out there a few weeks ago. I ducked out and had some dinner and came back. So I haven't even missed it. Just the whole, you there for a couple of nights ago, summarise the whole thing.
Yeah.
When are you leaving? I guess you're telling me you're leaving.
Yeah, next week. I'm just going to do that now.
We nearly swam out to you the other day when you were...
Oh, really? Someone did. Casper swam out to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when we were anchored in the bay. Oh, you should have. Yeah. No, we were definitely on board. Yeah. Well, you got to yell out. What? Oh, we had a few swimmers swim past the boat. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we can do a little bit now.
Sorry.
Oh, it's only 1.5 meters on Migaloo. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. Oh, the catamaran. Yeah, I had a ride on that. Oh, that's a fantastic boat. It's like a 65-foot Warren. Hey, I love that boat. That's awesome. Wow. Gary, oh yeah, Gary. Yeah.
We did Darwin to movement.
Yeah.
And that
Yeah, fantastic. Great. Okay, so we're just about to do the other one now. Okay, we're going
separating it from the sand. I'd say it's probably, I know it's bigger than Great Britain, but I think it's not the size of Great Britain. It's something no, it's just very important to connect in time. And then the worst part is, you know this is why this is one of the biggest things in all that. Like, do you care about that thing where it's testing? Like, cheating, like, guys, saying, we're just going to do the next round now.
Thank you. So, boat's going to run now. It's constantly evolving. Dubs is it's pretty tired. He was up late last night. So he's fading. So we're going to put him on now. And also going to show this this clip that Martin filmed and edited up in the last couple of days. This is from our little adventure out on the bay a couple of days ago, when was it, Monday, where we bumped into Migaloo. And if you want to, Migaloo white whale, so Migaloo 2 means Migaloo. So if you want to read the blog on that, again, that's on Migaloo 2 website, just in the blog section on the left. Another thing, a couple of things I just want to mention before we go into that is I'm just about to head off on this campaign and trip and spending time with whales, tuning in, developing my telepathic skills, tuning into the whales, and also working on the campaign too to look at the whole shark nets and help the sharks out of it as well. So there is some possibilities to join me on the trip, and if you want to talk to me about that afterwards, come and chat. I like to make a bit of space available for the right people. So come and chat to me about that sometime during the night. Also, the thing I forgot to mention before is the Whale Whisperers. This documentary that I'm working on. I submitted that to the Australian Documentary Foundation, and I was accepted as tax-deductible status for that. So if there is anyone who wants to write off some tax, wants to help out with a really great project, you get 100% tax deduction from donating to the fund. So if you're interested in that, come and speak to me, and got about a few days left to do that this financial year. But come anytime. So yeah, and again, if you can, I didn't get the computer set up so people can do it tonight. Some of the other things on, but Migaloo2.com. Just go to that website, and if you can make a pledge towards that film, that would be fantastic. If I don't get the 13,000, which is the total, way it possible works is I don't get painted. So if you can help me get to the 13 grand, and then I can get all the streaming gear and camera gear and computer and all the stuff, and really get stuck into this film and this project. Also, having that streaming gear will be really valuable too if anything tries to happen in the area as far as coal and gas goes. We really need that live streaming gear to get that information and news out there. So I'm going to stick this film on that Martin just edited just briefly. There's no soundtrack with it, just native sound. So Dubs is just going to do a little bit of sound with that, and then afterwards Dubs can do a little bit more, a few songs, and we're just going to go off to a little bit of a whale journey as well, and just go off into the tone. So I'll stick this on. Is there any questions too before I start? Because once we get going with this, it's going to go. Anyway, you can talk to me afterwards. Once we've done this, I'm going to be around for a while. So if there's any questions you want to talk to me about, Migaloo 2, joining the campaign, the trips, and thanks, Martin, for shooting and editing this up in this very short amount of time. This is just straight out here. Is all the sound off it, Martin?
No, that voice
should have been on.
started again.
No, there's no sound coming through. Yeah, no, there's sound getting through there. Yeah. Maybe it's just in the file. There was 2 files there. Does it matter? Both had sound? All right. Well, maybe we'll just have Darps doing some sounds through it, because it looks like the soundtrack's not coming through. So, oh well, it doesn't matter. All right. We'll just look at it without the soundtrack. All right, I'll do the commentary anyway. This is me playing the didgeridoo. This is the whales playing the didgeridoo, doing their breathing. Yeah. Oh, yes. So I use the didgeridoo as a way of communicating too with the whales, and I found in the past that the sounds, they love the sound for a start, but also what I felt was I put the didge right into the water, and make sounds through it. And it makes sounds very similar to whale sounds. I've heard it on the hydrophone, and it's very similar. So I've got into patterns where I mimic their sounds with the didgeridoo. And through the hydrophone and with speakers, I can listen to them. And I've had times where I've made sounds to them, and they've mimicked my sound back, and I've listened to them on the speakers, and we have this conversation with the through the didgeridoo. Now some dolphins came to visit. So what I've found with the didge is that it's also a way that you can. This is where I first started tapping into telepathy. Was I found that as I thought something, as I was making the sound, I felt like the thought was like travelling with the frequency of the didgeridoo to the whales, and so the whales were able to sort of perceive what I was feeling, and also with the sound in some sort of relationship with the sound. And then I started feeling them making the sounds that they were making. Then I started feeling emotions coming back with their sound. So then I started just sort of going into allowing. I started doubting it at first, like, is that really what I'm feeling? And then I started getting the message too from them, like, don't doubt what you're feeling. Like, I'm trying to talk to you, stupid. Was basically like the message that I was getting, and through other encounters too, I've been feeling that they are fully telepathic creatures, really. There's no doubt in my mind, and what my challenge is, and I guess anyone who really wants to communicate with them on a deep level, is to get out of our human sort of way of relating, relying on words so much, and sight, and go into their telepathic way of communication. And so, yeah, that's what inspired me to make this nice lineup there too, matey, with the Jim Cogan and Julian Robinson Malumba. Beautiful morning, yeah, and we just zigzagged out in front of out in front of the lighthouse, and then we'd see a splash. We'd go across there and see if Migaloo was there, and not there, so we'd go off to another wing. We just hung out there for a few hours, and until the wind. I knew the wind was going to shift, so I travelled a little bit further north. And then when we were up north, we got a message that Migaloo was sighted off the lighthouse. So then we came back to the lighthouse and looked out.
You seen Migaloo?
Yeah. You didn't catch the rave earlier. Like after that, when I got a phone call that Migaloo was being spotted off the lighthouse, and so we came back, and then we chased around a few other splashes trying to find Migaloo, and then eventually we found Migaloo right off Brunswick, just doing some really big breaches. But we didn't know it was him at first. We just saw these huge splashes in the silhouette of this big whale. We couldn't tell because it was right into the sun. And then as we passed him, he did a big breach right near us, and so we were able to verify, and there was someone else on the boat saw it too, and then a few people in New Brighton around saw him too. So there is some footage too. Channel 9 was flying around in a helicopter, and other Wild Watch boats saw him as well.
Do you reckon you're likely to catch up with him?
No, he doesn't come into Harvey Bay very much. Usually when he comes up, he just goes straight up to Cairns, and sort of plays around the reef and Outer Barrier Reef and stuff. And then when he comes back down, comes out wide usually.
He hasn't been into Harvey Bay since 1994.
Yeah, he doesn't come in there much at all. But Harvey Bay, it was a very calm day, but Harvey Bay is like this all the time, very calm and beautiful. I mean, hundreds, if not thousands of whales. Oh, nice one. Nice tail there. So Harvey Bay is like this most of the time, really clear and calm, and it's sheltered behind Fraser Island. And yeah, I've been going up there for the last 8 or 9 years. You know, it's just absolutely magic.
Did you say that the guy who was doing the throat singing has actually worked with whales? Or
Which singing?
the throat singing.
Oh, yeah, Starman, just here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's been out with us before on Migaloo up in Harvey Bay, and that's what when those whales came around. Yeah, they could surely hear and feel the toning and the chanting and stuff as well.
Vibration.
Yeah. That's why one reason why they just hung around for so long. They were really excited. Yeah. Darps is going to do that in a minute as soon as we finish it. Yeah, nice.
How common, Dean, is it to see them just in the bay when you're out on the boat? Because I see them breaching most days.
Yeah.
But, you know, I haven't gone out there and kayak.
Oh, yeah. A few people have had whales come up to them close in the kayak. It's a great way to see them, actually, just off little water goes, especially when they come back in October, because they come into the bay a bit more. In their northern migration, they're a bit on a mission.
Yeah.
Coming back, they're in the play, especially with mums and bubs in October. Great.
They're not protected when they've got
No, you've got to be aware, try not to get between the baby and the mum, or, you know, have the baby on the other side, you know. You've got to be aware, but, you know, they're very gentle, beautiful creatures. Sorry, what? Oh, look, it's a great mystery. I think they're just having fun. I think communication too. Like I've seen them slap with their tails down really hard. Sometimes they've done it like 20 or 30 times. And I've seen another whale like miles and miles away doing the same thing back, like they're playing the djembe, you know, and using the skin of the ocean as a drum. Bang! Yeah. Really.
They do clean themselves too, don't they?
Breaching, I think. Yeah, they skin comes off sometimes.
When I was in the Indian Ocean, there was a big drift, like long line on a drift net with all the boys, and there was a pot of sperm whales we've been traveling for days, and the young ones were breaching along the net, like one of them breached at the end of the net, and you could see them breaching completely out of the water along the net, like they were warning us for each other.
Thank you, Martin. Great. So I'll turn it over to you now, Dubs, if you want. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Do you mind the light? Or is that thing on off? Maybe I can raise it up a bit and we'll just have it above your head.
I was very fortunate many years ago to have met Dr. John Lilly, who knows groundbreaking work with fish and dolphins. And Gertrude Vilder, who was the keyboard player in my band, she was taking care of me and organising the Whale and Dolphin Conference was being held in Coffs Harbour at that time. This was about 20 years ago. And yeah, she said to me one day, "Oh, listen, Dad, come now. You can come and meet John now. You can come over to this place." And so I had the opportunity to sit down with him and to chat with him about all of his work, not only with dolphins, but with psychedelics and with design, self-experimentation, consciousness expansion. And and he was telling me at the time that he was trying to get a computer interface happening between dolphins and human beings. He's brilliant, you know, he had a degree in marine biology, science, he had about 6 degrees. And he was like working on this computer interface so he could English or
Englishify dolphin sounds. So you could put, dolphin sounds in and have it become Anglified or anglicized, and vice versa. But he said that he kind of gave that up after a while as a ridiculous exercise because he said that the dolphins he felt were just so much more advanced in their method of communication, in that they were working telepathically. And this machine-bound kind of like interface that he was working on was kind of like really low grade for them. And he was also working on dolphins, often with the Defense Department originally, where they were studying dolphins, and they were keeping them in captivity. And after a while, he said that he just felt so humbled by being in the presence of these creatures and the relationships that were formed between him and his wife and these dolphins. It became very personal, very intimate, that he felt that it was like terrible to keep them in any kind of confinement. And so he had to spend months, if not a year, retraining the dolphins to go back into the open sea because they'd become quite domesticated and also dependent on humans that had been brought up since the dolphins. And so he did that process, and that was quite an emotional process of letting go, of letting go of the children in a certain sense, I guess, if you're a parent. And but then he designed this way that the dolphins could come into his house of their own free will, their own volition. They would come in and interact and go back into the ocean when they felt to. So there was no kind of confinement or imposition of the human will on top of their will. Because ultimately he just felt that they had huge respect for it. And he first instilled in me that same respect, even though I've always felt the connection with dolphins and whales. And the beautiful thing is that happened that time with Dean, when we were lucky enough to be on board with Manu and Vibhuti and my son Tashi. What actually I remember was the defining point was that we weren't chasing the whales, we were just absolutely anchored there, and we started making these sounds, and they chose to come into the boat, which has kind of reminded me, and why I wanted to tell the story about John Lilly and what he told me at the time, was that in this case they came of their own free will, and came because they wanted to come and play, and they wanted to come and hang out, and they wanted to commune, and it really was a life-changing experience. Anybody who was there could tell you it was like absolutely palpable. It was like incredible. I just often seen whales breaching and coming past Byron Headland, but never had such an encounter and a true experience of interspecies kind of communication. And that's such a reminder, because I work a lot with ayahuasca too, and the biofeedback models that you're working with these plants and with meditation in general and with anything that is opening up the forebrain. This part of the brain has been lying dormant in most human beings for millennia, and except for a few special ones who we call psychic spheres, enlightened beings or whatever, who have opened up this area of the brain. And I feel that this crosstalk between the left and right hemisphere and opening up into that frontal lobe, full frontal brain consciousness is part of the evolutionary leap that we're making as human beings at this point in our evolution. And so, like, what the ayahuasca teaches is that your sound becomes vision. Sound becomes vision. I've experimented a lot with sound, and when you're in the visionary state, it's incredible how the sound completely determines what you see. And so, like, taking that a step further, I feel that the cetaceans have been already in this state for a long time. That's why they're able to live with such big brains, but in total harmony with their environment, because they've gone beyond the kind of exploitation or manipulation of the environment, which is the result of a dualistic mind process. And that they, in fact, are already using this frontal lobe. And that what happens then is that you start to use sound as a carrier wave for intention. So it's not like verbal symbols, like right now I'm grunting to you, and you're interpreting it according to your understanding and your framework of reference, and hopefully there's some sort of meeting of or resonance of what I'm trying to impart and what you're understanding. There's a lot of ground for ambiguity, a lot of ground for misunderstanding, hence the world we live today. There's so much misunderstanding between human beings. And because it's still we're doing this grunting thing. And I believe that once, way back in our evolution, before we became really identified with matter and deeply identified with this third dimensional plane, when we were still angels, we were still connected to the multidimensional realms and to the very etheric realms, that we spoke in tones, in pure tones, we communicated in pure tones. And that as we progressed and deepened our identification with matter over time, over millennia, the span of aeons, we forgot that. And that we then started to, you know, instead of just a which is the vowel sound, the divine sounds, which are the carrier wave for sacred goddess force or God force. It's the chi, the prana, the sound of those vowels is unfettered. And hence all of our God names like Allah, Yeshua, you know, so many of them have just a lot of vowels of Hallelujah, Elohim. There are like a lot of vowels connected with soft consonants. But as we became identified with language, like consonants like glottal stops, like those sorts of things, became like the skeleton to hold this God force of pure sound. And we developed language. So I'm hoping that we're moving back into the remembrance of speaking with pure tones, and that the emphasis will become more of using sound as a carrier wave of intention, as opposed to just, you know, like making verbal packets of symbols, verbal symbols that we agree upon as a meaning, and then we identify as we hear them. It's a good way to communicate, but a far more intimate way is when you are transmitting an image between each other, because then there's no ambiguity. We're both beholding something, we both behold it. Whereas if I'm describing something, you have to imagine what it is that I'm describing, and hopefully there'll be a meeting. But I think it's an evolutionary step to be able to actually behold what it is that we're communicating as a shared experience, as a telepathic experience. So I'd just like to share a few of those tones.
The lights up?
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
In celebration of our cetacean brothers and sisters, and the incredible songs that they do bring us, and that they change every year, and that they navigate and hold the frequencies, the electromagnetic frequencies of the planet with their songs, their dreaming. And so, yeah, I think that the cetaceans are a great inspiration and a great symbol of that next evolutionary leap, and their gentle nature gives an indication of the kind of consciousness that they are holding with this incredible ability to transmit telepathically. This is the age of prophecy. Of miracles and telepathy. Revelation of the mystery. That I am you, and you are me. Now is the dawn of our awakening. Spirit is in everything. It's in the earth and the moon. It's everywhere. It's in the sun and the stars. And the love we share. Peace on earth. Peace on earth. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Shanti Om. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Shanti Om. I open my heart to the language of life. Receiving with grace the gift of second sight. Prepare the way for the great rebirth, the co-creation of heaven on earth. Peace on earth. Peace on earth. Om Shanti, 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 Shanti. Om Shanti, Om Shanti, Om Shanti. Shanti Om. Sound is a carrier way of think. Can go straight to the heart. It involves the mind, but not in the same part of it. And I'd just like to try, with your willingness, a little demonstration of what sound can also do to bind, bond, community through non-verbal communion. So if you don't mind, this is not an exercise in singing, but if you could just perhaps reply back to me my sound so I can make a sound, and have you just sing that sound back to me. It would be a beautiful thing that we could discover along the way. You up for that? Yes! Namaste, namaste. Namaste, namaste. Namaste, namaste. Namaste, namaste. Namaste, namaste. Namaste, namaste. The light in me sees the light in you. The light in me sees the light in you. The light in me sees the light in you. The light in me sees the light in you. Namaste, namaste. 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 The love in me feels the love in you. The love in me feels the love in you. The love in me feels the love in you. The love in me feels the love in you. Namaste, namaste. 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 Namaste, Yeah, just a few more moments for Ben, or
yeah.
They're just about the thing that we've also got to that we can learn from these incredible creatures is just that state of innocence, to be in a state of grace and total communion with your environment and in really close, intimate contact with your pod, tribe, family. And it's just becoming more and more apparent to me as I get older that, you know, having studied so much, so many different pathways and so many different, you know, beautiful books and sutras and you know, discourses, and but as beautiful as they are, you know, it all comes down to a very simple thing, and that is just the giving and sharing of love and the embracing of love, of who we are in essence. And that is really, in essence, embracing love. Another way of saying embracing love is like letting go of fear. Letting go of fear. Just simply dropping that which is not, that which is our conditioned mind, which has been conditioned to feel and respond in certain ways to certain triggers. And so I think there's a wonderful way that these cetaceans, these whales and dolphins can help us to come back to that place where there is a sense of trust in self and in each other, and that state of innocence, that state of grace can be regained. So I'd just like to finish with one song, which well, it's a hell of a world that we live in, and I don't know if it's right, but still I go to sleep every night. And it's a casual place for existence. You can feel your sense desire, but the further you go, the bigger gets the fire. Come here, lay down, lay down, lay. Come here, lay down, lay down, lay. Come here, lay down, lay down, lay down, lay down. Your feelings. Well, it's a beautiful thing to remember, the fearless little child, and how we felt before this all went wild. 'Cause it's a game of smoke and mirrors. We play into the night till darkness disappears into light. Come here, lay down, lay down, lay. Come here, lay down, lay down, lay. Come here, lay down, lay down, lay down. Lay down. Your Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Wow, beautiful. Just as Darts was singing that last song, Lay Down Your Fear, it just reminded me of sharks and how humanity really has been overtaken by fear when it comes to the sharks. And in retaliation, there's a consequence of that fear. Nicole, help me out here. Is it 20 million or 1 million sharks die every year?
Between 70 and 100.
Between 70 and 100 million sharks killed every year. Oh, come up and be with me for a minute. So, just in this open heart space that we're in right now, Nicole's been working a lot with trying to overcome this fear of sharks and really feel that, feel the fear that's inside me, that's been that I've grown up with, up to jaws and images that you see. Being a victim and falling prey to fear. And I felt that I wanted to overcome this fear. I actually had a thought recently of doing a shark swim out from Main Beach and just swimming straight out towards Julian Rocks as far as, capable of swimming, or having a boat, a little boat or something out there and doing a look at it. Just to face those fears, because I think we all have them. So, trying to think of ways of dealing with that fear that's nearly cellular. I mean, there's this instinctual thing. There's also this indoctrination that we've had through media and sensationalism. Nicole has just been over to WA, where the government has just been using fear as a political tool that they thought that they would get political mileage out of after a few sharp attacks that happened because of various reasons. Some of them to do with that crab pot fishing and discarding of waste and all sorts of other things, which has brought the sharks in closer and other things. But trying to get some political mileage out of exploiting this fear which is inside of it. It's decided to kill the sharks. Well, already there's 70 to 100 million sharks being killed around the world. Apex predators that are affecting the reefs and everything around the world. They usually take the sick things out of the ecosystem and keep the ecosystem going. So there's a real threat of upsetting the ecosystem of the ocean through because
It's 9 o'clock.
Okay, Dean, time check.
Time check, thank you. Oh, that's amazing. I just wanted, Nicole was going to give a little bit of a thing about it. But I want to sort of bring it right back into really that last song and just look at fear and how fear has been such a controlling thing. We to do with the shark, but also to do with our much to do with love. How many of us have fear in a relationship because we're seeing something about parents or birds, a teenager or whatever. So the fear is there. So Nicole, you were out on the boats when they were doing the bait lines and you saw them pulling up the dead tiger sharks. So can you just tell us how you felt when you saw it?
Yeah. I can probably give a better example of one particular day. Georgie over here, Sea Shepherd Jumper, her family actually donated a boat to Sea Shepherd for their campaign to expose and document what's happening and what's involved in shark cull. And then Tim and I went over to help film and get that out to the world. And that's something Sea Shepherd will be releasing very soon in the form of a documentary. But I guess in terms of the shark cull itself and one of the days we had there, one of the days we got a call up and there was a shark in the line. It was a tiger shark, and we went straight over to where they were, to where the shark was, and fisheries were just coming up behind us. Fisheries are the government department that are basically contracted out within the metro area of Perth to go and check the drum lines for any marine life caught on them. So a drum line is just to give a quick rundown, it's basically a buoy on the surface with a line and a hook at the end. The hook is baited, and it's simply there to catch and kill marine life, particularly large sharks. But as with all hooks and nets out there, it's just indiscriminate. So the amount of other animals that it kills is just astronomical. On this particular day, we arrived to where the tiger shark was, and we did go in and film it very briefly. And just before the fisheries boat could come in and catch up to us. And when Tim and I, when we were under there filming this tiger shark, at first we didn't know where it was. It was an extremely low visibility day. We could only see maybe 4 to 5 meters in front of us. So it was quite hard to actually physically locate where the tiger shark was. See the buoy, we looked down and it was very murky. We couldn't see anything.
And it was as soon as I actually spotted the shark was when all the fear left me, and it was just absolute sadness. We dived down to get a little bit closer to the shark. Unfortunately, we saw that the shark had swallowed the whole hook. The hooks are about this big, and then so we know from that these animals, once they swallow this hook whole, it goes down into the stomach, it does irreparable damage, and they're basically as good as dead in terms of that. But when the shark, which was just around 3 meters in size, when it actually spotted us, something that I believe happened is it took a look. It could have easily have thrashed around from the line and come over and taken a bite out of our leg or something like that. But when we were down there and just caught the contact with this tiger shark's eye, it was just like, help me, basically, was what we were kind of feeling from the shark. And it was just something that, I mean, you know, we all have this affinity with whales and dolphins. There's a few, Bianca, Georgie and myself, we've been ourselves to Taiji, Japan, where the dolphin slaughter occurs there. But I think it was being there overseas, working on a problem like that, which is obviously a horrific thing that happens, but sometimes we neglect to remember that similar acts of brutality are being done by our own government, within our own backyards as well. In fact, to touch on the WA shark cull, a lot of people had no idea that the exact same shark cull was happening off New South Wales and Queensland. It started in 1930s in New South Wales, and Alice back there as well has been doing some amazing work in New South Wales to rally up community support to get the shark nets out. And then in Queensland as well, ever since 1962, we've had drumlines and shark nets in our waters all year round. And you know, a whale lover in the last decade, just on the Gold Coast alone, 27 whales have been entangled in the shark nets that they refuse to remove. So that's, I guess, now Sea Shepherd have a new campaign coming out, and follow, I guess, Sea Shepherd online. You'll definitely see some of that coming out, and all of these stories that we've had along the way, from documenting and exposing a lot of the breaches and illegalities that have been happening through, you know, a government department. It's something that has been an out of sight, out of mind issue, but now I think it's no longer. And I think, as Dean said, there's millions and millions of sharks that have been killed all around Australia and the world. I think that the perception change and, you know, the change of our mindsets comes first before, you know, this huge salvage of these animals comes after. I mean, you know, there are dolphin slaughters and whale slaughters happening around the world, but not anywhere near on the scale as what's happening with sharks. And I think if something similar was happening with dolphins and whales, it would be, just, you know, we, as an international community, we simply wouldn't allow it on that scale. So I think that these drumlines and shark nets out there off the Australian coastline are just simply a symbol of, you know, we have to kill these animals, we have to fear these animals. But I think taking them out, which is, and replacing them with something non-lethal and that we can actually, you know, gain some kind of benefit from, both the animals and as people without understanding of the oceans and sharks, I think that's a massive step forward to their conservation. That's something that, you know, Sea Shepherd are really working toward in Australia.
Just mentioned something there when you talk about the whales and the sharks. I really noticed that last year I was up at Moody's Point in Fraser Island, and it was just this one just absolutely magic moment when there was dolphins, turtle, whales, tuna, bait fish, eagles, everything all at once, all around. And then a tiger shark as well swam past the boat. And I had this real sense of the sharks being like the great ancestors of this planet. And when you think about it, the whales have been here for what, 30 million years? And the sharks, was it 450 million years? So they're like, you know, they were around before the dinosaurs were, or at least around that, that time. So they're like the great ancestors of this planet. And there's this mass extinction attempt against these ancient beings. And if you see them as ancient beings and ancestors, rather than sort of like these animals that are going to rip us apart if we go out too deep, then it puts it into a whole new perspective. We can see that we've just been operating out of fear. And as Duff's song says, lay down fear, and bring it back to the love. And I think that's what we can do, especially with the sharks.
Okay. I'll just ask quickly as you talk, would you like me, if you'd like, we can show you the trailer for that documentary. I can load it up if it hasn't been shown.
Yeah,
that'd be great. You can keep talking, I'll load it up. Have you got the internet on this?
I do.
Okay, I'll just load it up as you keep talking.
Have been attacked by sharks. After that, they're going to save them. So in some cases, I've seen that people have been attacked by sharks, and then they put pieces missing out of them that they want to make sure that it's like yeah, definitely. I think that after something like that would happen, Alice has met with the shark incident victims. I happened to saw myself. I think a lot of the time after they have an encounter on that scale with an animal like a shark, you go into the mode of researching as much as you can about it. I'm sure that that's what a lot of victims and shark encounters research all about this animal and then find out things like, massively small likelihood of actually being involved in an incident with a shark like that. Also, the fact that they're not out to get us, it's definitely just a case of mistaken identity. They will let go 9 times out of 10 when they come to a human. It's just basically one hit, they realise that it wasn't what they were meant to be eating.
Full of toxins.
Yeah, that too. They don't like the taste of McDonald's. But yeah, no, I think it comes from that love and appreciation always comes from an understanding. So I think that is
so appropriate to that. Just tell that quick story about surfing. Yeah, it's like the whole story of the communication with surfing. I'm putting a trapping down state. Thank you. I just really want to tell this story because it was a privilege that we had when we were traveling as surface visitations and moving for whales and dolphins and whales and swans and grey whales. But we were doing these events, and one of these events, there's a guy there called John Peck, a surfer in the 60s who actually opened up Banzai Pipeline. And after band frequencies had been playing, it was a big night.
Speak up, Howie.
After this event, we'd have this big dance up on the roof. And we were outside by a fire at this Dane Point Marine Institute. I don't know if you know it, but they were up there around the fire. And John Peck was talking about how he used to paddle out on these 10-foot boards into these huge waves back in the day. And he said every time he went out and looked underwater, he'd see all these sharks all over the reef, and he just used to feel a huge love for it. So like, oh my God, this is so amazing. And one day he was surfing out there these huge waves. It was the early days on these big boards, and he lost it. He fell off the lake, and the board swung around and hit him in the neck and damaged his spinal cord, fractured I think 3 vertebrae. He went into paralysis from the neck. And he was sinking like this in the sea. And this is the guy that lived the life of a famous veteran surfer. He actually eschewed all material conditions of pretty much. He was in a convent, little Indian shrines. He was a very peaceful, simple man. He was falling down in the sea like this, where he was in paralysis. And he said, all these sharks, he had his eyes open, all these sharks came rushing in on the reef. There was a huge bust in front of him. He heard a message, do you want our help? And he went, telepathy, he went yes, and he said out of the sharks came this powerful electromagnetic energy, where the head strike bolt of light hit him and cleared the paralysis out of his body. And he said, and he realised I'm going to live, and he paddled up to the surface. He came ashore, he lay on the beach, he said, nobody touched me until I was broken neck. To this day he's fine. And he's sitting there telling the story, it was such a story of utter truth. And he said, this is why I love sharks more than any other animal at sea. He went 420 million years of evolution, and we were all looking at him and we didn't say anything else. And we all heard him say, and they know everything about electromagnetic energy. And we all heard it. Like, we just used to finish the sentence. And it's a remarkable story. And what we, thinking about it, came to the conclusion that there was probably the sharks in their auric way of such masters of electricity, saw maybe dark bars coming out of his aura, basically closed the aura with this in, closed it enough for him to get to land. Yeah, this is one of my favourite stories.
We've just got this 1 minute clip, and we'll end with this. So this is.
The trailer for the documentary on the Western Australian shark cull, which Sea Shepherd will be putting out in probably a couple of weeks or so. And the logo at the end and the name in the text harmony is the name of our East and West Coast Australian Shark Defence campaign, which is yet to be announced, but will be in the next few days. So don't say anything on social media again, please.
So you shot this? Did you shoot this?
Yes.
Fantastic.
The other thing for shark campaign is I know in India there's people with polygamous sharks and they actually see them up in relationships, so they can see them into.
The shark callers of Cotonou. Yeah.
It's frozen. Sorry, glitch. Oh, we had to make it very Sea Shepherdy, so it's very duh-duh-duh. So I just let it load a tick.
The whole Polynesian culture is based on the shark goddess.
On the what?
When we made that Pacific series of channel back then,
yeah,
we followed the shark goddess Inga. It's on all the Polynesian money.
Yeah.
It doesn't make it smell.
Yeah.
Why it was the shark goddess. The whole culture's built on sharks.
Yeah.
We made a 6 documentary.
Okay, it's working now. No, it stopped again.
Okay.
I think it works better if it's small screen. I'm just going to do it small screen, okay? No, it's still jittery. No, it's not. Hang on. I've got one more solution, otherwise I'll just let it go. Sorry, I'll just pop it onto my internet real quick. Maybe it's a bit faster.
It's pretty fast.
Is it?
It might just be there's got so much software going on in the background.
Oh, yeah. Hang on, I'll just do this real quick. Just see if it works otherwise. There we go. Okay. Try this. Are you ready to switch it, right? I think it's going to work. All right. It really was a sneak peek. You didn't even see it, but there you go.
And yeah, I saw some great footage too from there where they actually brought